Welcome, everyone, and thank you for joining us as we begin SingWell's 2022 Symposium, coming to you from Toronto Metropolitan University. Before we start our day, we would first like to recognize the unique and enduring relationship that exists between Indigenous peoples and their traditional territories. With gratitude and respect, we acknowledge that Toronto Metropolitan University. Sorry, everyone, just give us 1 second. We're having some technical difficulties. All right, let's try that again. Before we start our day, we would first like to recognize the unique and enduring relationship that exists between Indigenous peoples and their traditional territories. With gratitude and respect, we acknowledge that the Toronto Metropolitan University is in the Dish with One Spoon territory. The Dish with One Spoon is a treaty between the Anishinaabe, Mississaugas, and Haudenosaunee that bound them to share the territory and protect the land. Subsequent Indigenous nations, Europeans, and all newcomers have been invited into this treaty in the spirit of peace, friendship, and respect. We would also like to recognize that today, November 11th, is Remembrance Day. During times of war, individual acts of heroism occur frequently. However, only a few are ever recorded and receive official recognition. By remembering all who have served, we recognize the hardships, fears, and sacrifices taken upon themselves so that we could live in peace. I'd now like to introduce SingWell's Project Director, Dr. Frank Russo.
Thank you, Catherine. We have a great day planned. I should ask if the people online can hear me. Hear me just fine, or should I pull? Been involved with SingWell and its antecedents for some time. Some of you are brand new. We welcome all of you. Our mission at SingWell is to understand, inform, and inspire group singing for individuals living with communication challenges. These communication challenges have been laid out as follows. This is not a set in stone categorization, but the plan is to focus on stuttering, Parkinson's disease, aphasia, breathing disorders, hearing loss. In addition to these themes, we recognize and are inspired to investigate and develop insights regarding adjacent communication challenges that have been less explored. Critically, our research thus far has led us to believe that group singing can benefit communication function as well as social well-being. That's really the impetus. That's what's motivated this whole thing. We've just completed our first year of this exciting 7-year partnership project. None of this would have been possible without the support of many key people and organizations. Of course, we would like to thank the Social Sciences Humanities Research Council, Toronto Metropolitan University, formerly Ryerson, the Grammy Foundation, and other funders. Our partner organizations need to be thanked. So this includes the nonprofit and for-profit partners that have provided resources and funding. My muse and co-director, Arla Good. Really, none of this would be possible without Arla's inspiration. My boss in all things SingWell, Catherine Spencer, she keeps us on track and has been a great professional force. Annabelle Cohen, I wish she was here. You can all pass on that we are in gratitude to the pioneering work she did to mobilize some networks around group singing in Canada and around the world. I think we're sort of standing on the shoulders of heirs here. We're taking a different tact, but many of the ideas were seeded through that former SHRC major collaborative research initiative. I'd like to thank our theme leaders who are really leading the way in each of the sub-themes that I mentioned earlier. The intent with the theme leaders is to kind of corral us and make sure that we're not coming up short in an area and putting us on track or redirecting us as necessary. The same goes for our executive committee. We're really privileged to have some of the leaders in the field of music, science, singing, and social well-being on our executive committee. And they keep us on track and again, course correct us where necessary. Our advisory board is a board of luminaries. They're providing their wisdom and guidance. Again, thank you all. That's all I have to say at the start. My co-director, Arla Good, will speak next and update you on some of the progress in our first year.
Need a few slides just to, so I don't forget anything, but just to update everybody on what's been done. This is like the start of year 2, which is so exciting. We have 7 years to do this and we're only in year 2 and there's already so much work that's been done. And it's really exciting to see how this vision is taking shape, to see like it comes to reality. So I don't have control of the slides. Maybe I'll just next slide, please, Catherine. So as most of you know, but I can just go over it, the grant has 2 main pillars. We have a knowledge generation pillar where we're conducting experiments and learning more about the role of singing to support communication and social well-being. And then a knowledge mobilization pillar, which is about spreading the word and bringing the information to the communities that need it. So we'll start with the knowledge generation that's happened. So the grant has 4 main work packages. Work package 1 is survey and qualitative assessment. So we've developed 2 surveys. One is the choral director survey, which is up on the website. You have choir directors that run choirs like this, please direct them to the website so they can fill out the survey so we can learn more about what works and what doesn't when they're to get an understanding of what choir directors are doing currently with these populations. And you see there's a stuttering survey, but there's some populations that are still missing. If anyone's interested in developing a survey for some of our other target populations, there's room. Work package 2 is really the bulk of the knowledge generation. So this is the effects on targeted outcomes. This is the choir work. So this year we funded 5 different projects. We're going to hear about most of them today, I think, which is really exciting. These are a mix of in-person and hybrid. So some of them maybe fall more under work package 4, the virtual choir package, but we also have a multi-site hearing loss study, which wasn't one of our main funded projects, but she's going to talk about that today. Perspective project. Work package 3 is the social prescription and microeconomics package. Slow to start, some barriers in that work package, but we have new partners. The SIS, this stands for International Social Prescription.
Canadian Institute of Social Prescribing.
Thank you. So they're partners with us now, and we've just been gathering information and developing new partnerships so that when we're ready, we can spread the word through those lines. And then work package 4 is the virtual choir work package, and we just finished a pilot study with the low latency technology Jack Trip. Alex and I are going to share those findings with you later today. The next pillar is the knowledge mobilization. So this is really what this is about. We want to improve the lives of individuals who have communication challenges. So it's about making sure we're getting the word to the appropriate communities. And it's been a great, I think it's been a great year for that because in-person choirs, there's not as much activity happening there. So we've really focused a lot of attention on knowledge mobilization. So our website has undergone major renovations. I think it's looking great. We developed a TikTok account this year, which I will share one of the videos after. We've given a number of public talks. We've been on podcasts. We've been giving talks and presentations and posters at conferences. So we're also going to hear, we have a workshop planned for this afternoon from Taylor McLean, who is our resident knowledge mobilization expert at the Center for Communicating Knowledge at Toronto Metropolitan University. So we'll have a workshop so we can all collectively do a better job of mobilizing the knowledge. The next slide, I think, is the TikTok. So this is what it looks like. So that's obviously an individual from the stuttering community sharing her experiences with singing, but we are developing videos like this for each of our target populations. We're working on that. Again, this is something you can bring back to your communities and request videos, send them to us so that we can keep sending out content like this to TikTok viewers, a younger population perhaps. But yeah, so that's an update on the first year of the project. Really excited to have some people in person. It's nice to see everyone, and everyone online, welcome. And I guess we can get started with the keynote.
I think so. Great. Okay, it's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Stephen Clift. Stephen Clift is Professor Emeritus, Canterbury Christ Church University, and former director of the Sydney DeHaan Research Centre for Arts and Health. He's visiting professor in the International Centre for Community Music, York St. John University, and the School of Music at University of Leeds. Stephen is no stranger to most of you. He has worked in the field of health promotion and public health for over 30 years and has made contributions to research practice and training on HIV/AIDS prevention and sex education, international travel and health, and a health promoting school in Europe. Since 2000, he has pursued research in arts and health, and particularly the potential value of group singing for health and well-being. Stephen was one of the founding editors of Arts and Health, an international journal for research policy and practice. He's joint editor with Professor Paul Kamek of the Oxford textbook of Creative Arts, Health and Wellbeing. It's our pleasure to welcome Stephen. The last point I'll make is that he has had a few recent publications that have inspired us, that have taken a critical lens to some of the work that we're all doing. And this is very welcome. And we thought, what a great way for us to all tune in, pay attention, and fly straight. And let's get Stephen to inspire us that way. Welcome, Stephen.
Thank you very much, Frank. Let me just start by sharing my slides, and hopefully this will work okay.
We hear you just fine on our end.
Sorry, say that again.
We hear you just fine. Your audio.
You can hear me. Can you? I'm just trying to share my slides, Frank. But for some reason, it's
so let's
just
just
a moment.
double check on our sheets. I'm sure it's enabled. So sometimes it's hidden. It might be right near the bottom of your screen. If you hover your mouse near the bottom, it might pop up.
It's a what? Sorry.
If you hover your mouse near the bottom of your screen, the share screen button might pop up.
No, I can see the share screen button. Oh, this is very annoying because Catherine and I checked this out yesterday and it worked perfectly.
Yeah.
What I'm getting is a dialogue box which is asking me to share with the SingWell's Symposium, and it's giving me a link, but that's not really what usually happens, is it?
Who did that? That's wonderful. Keep it ringing, Don. This seems.
I wonder if I should come out and come in again.
I don't know, Catherine, do you think that's okay? I think that's.
Sure, we can try that, Stephen, or if you'd like to email me your slide deck, I can also run it on our end. Whichever. You prefer.
What I can do is send you a link to Google Slides that anyone can access, but I'm just wondering about everybody that's remote.
Well, if you send it to us, Catherine can display it on our side as a last.
Yeah.
But I like the idea of you're sending us the link, and then
yes,
you,
okay. Shall I send this to Catherine?
please.
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Last time I had to only share screen, I had to say not just that you could share the whole.
This is frustrating, everybody, because Catherine and I spent time yesterday just practicing this, and it was.
Stephen, try one more time just before we have you.
Okay, I've sent you a link, Catherine, but let me just go back to. Right, I'm back in the Zoom meeting. It says anyone on the internet should be able to see this.
Yes,
oh dear.
that might be related to the live stream, Stephen. So if you click OK on that, it should allow you to share at that point.
Yes, that's what I've done, but it's sharing it with everybody that is on Zoom. That it's not doing that. Have you received the link, Catherine?
I have, so I can pull up the slides for you in just a moment. Is there an introduction that you'd like to give, Stephen, while I take care of this?
Yes, I can do that. Thank you very much. Okay, well, apologies everyone for that slight hiccup. Hopefully the slides will appear shortly. I just want to start by congratulating Frank and the whole team on the SingWell project. It really is a magnificent initiative. And of course, it's wonderful to have sufficient funding to run a program of research over 7 years and really build on the work that you're doing year on year, both in knowledge generation and also in addressing the really important questions of dissemination and knowledge transfer, and building on the scientific evidence to encourage initiatives that people can access for the benefit of their health and well-being. Many of you may know that I've been involved in research on singing over a number of years, and I've worked with people with long-term mental health challenges, with chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, with Parkinson's disease, and with dementia. And I've no doubt at all that if people choose to engage with singing, even if they've had very little experience of it before, there we go, there are considerable benefits. Okay, so there, Catherine, will you need to move these slides on as I speak?
I will. So you can just say next
yes.
slide, and that will work.
Okay. So that's my way of introduction. I'm a singer myself. I've sung for many years. I know from experience what singing can offer. I'm also very well aware that sometimes being part of a singing group is a frustrating experience. And over the years, I've left choirs that I felt were not promoting my well-being, quite the reverse. And today, what I want to do is to sound a cautionary note about research on this topic, the value of singing for well-being and health, and particularly the quality of evidence reviews in this field. And what I aim to show is a lack of critical perspective in reviews of research on singing, well-being and health. And what I'm going to do is to present the findings of a key study published in 2006 by Gene Cohen and his colleagues in the University of Washington, and show that these results are almost entirely taken at face value in subsequent evidence reviews. I'll then discuss some of the flaws in the Cohen study, which have been repeatedly overlooked in reviews over many years. Next slide, please. Since the early 2000s, there's been, of course, a remarkable growth of research on singing and health internationally. When I first started researching in this field in the late 1990s, there was virtually no research. But this slide shows a range of systematic reviews that have been published recently, which is a clear marker of the growth of work in this area and its increased sophistication. So here we have reviews that are concerned with singing for people with Parkinson's, with dementia, with mental health challenges, with lung disease, chronic pain, and also a review focused on the well-being of children and young people. And it's very surprising that so little research has been conducted on singing with children and young people with a focus on well-being and health. The next slide, please. However, I have expressed concerns over the last few years about the quality of evidence reviews in the general field of arts and health. Here are two very significant reports published firstly by the World Health Organization in 2019, and then a report commissioned by the UK Department of Digital Culture, Media and Sport. And together with my colleagues Stephen Pritchard and Kate Phillips, we have critiqued these two reports and demonstrated a lack of critical scrutiny in the studies that are reviewed. Next slide, please. More recently, could you just go to the next slide? I think you might have skipped a slide, possibly. Yes, so more recently, I've had the considerable honor and pleasure of working with a team of researchers at the University of Strasbourg, continuing along this line of arguing for the need for robust critique of research in the field of arts and health. And here are two papers that have recently been published. A third paper I hope will appear shortly. What we've done in each of these papers is to take a target primary research trial. In these particular cases, we've been looking at visual art therapy, music therapy, and dance therapy for children and young people. And then we've looked at how these studies have been treated in subsequent evidence reviews, including systematic reviews and meta-analyses. And what we've been able to show in each case is that subsequent evidence reviews have been entirely uncritical of the primary studies. Next slide, please. So in this presentation, what I want to do is to follow this method of examining research by Cohen on singing and health, and then looking at the way it's presented in 10 creative arts reviews published between 2010 and 2022. I first identified problems with the Cohen study in a report published by the DeHaan Center back in 2008, which systematically surveyed all empirical studies on singing conducted so far. During 2007, I attended a training course on systematic reviewing at the University of London Institute of Education. And on the basis of that course, appreciated that the field of research on singing and health at that stage was not sufficiently developed to allow for systematic reviews. And so what we did was to conduct a simple mapping exercise in which we endeavored to identify all published studies on singing and health up to that point, excluding music therapy and clinical studies. The report produced in 2008 critically examined 36 studies. Sadly, we didn't publish a version of this review, but a couple of years later, we published a further paper which appeared in the UNESCO journal, again mapping studies on singing and health, and by that time 48 studies had appeared in the literature. I think if you just, I don't know quite what's happened with the sequence of slides, Catherine, if the one that it came up and I said, I think you've skipped over something, if you could perhaps, no, go back. If you could go back. Go back. That's it, sorry. So, sorry, the slides somehow seem to be out of synchrony. Here is the 2008 report, which is readily available if anybody wanted to look at it. And on the right is the 2010 UNESCO journal report. This actually arose out of attending the first AIRS conference meeting at the University of Prince Edward Island. I think that was in 2009. And I had the pleasure of meeting Jennifer Nicol, a music therapy at Saskatchewan University. And we decided that we would update the systematic mapping that had been published in 2008. Okay, if we could go on then. And again, so here we are. So more recently, I've revisited my concerns about the Cohen study and the way it's treated in reviews as a result of reading this report by David Cutler of the Bearing Foundation in London. It's a very fine, very interesting report in which David describes creative arts programs for older people in countries around the world. And he refers to 10 years of academic evidence on the value of creative engagement for older people, and then says, and this is a quote here on the slide, indeed, the landmark study in this field comes from the USA, published in the Gerontologist. And this is the study I'm going to be focusing on. And here you can see in the quotation that he gives a little bit of information about this study and argues that involvement in the arts led to better health, fewer visits from doctors, less medication, increased physical activity, and social engagement. What Cutler is doing is repeating the conclusions reached by Cohen and his colleagues, but he offers no critical reflections on the many limitations of the study. I then found that more recent grey literature reviews were equally uncritical of the Cohen study, including 2022 reports by Bone and Fancourt, and also by Hallam and Himanides. If we could go to the next slide. Here is the cover of the Hallam and Himanides book. It's actually published open access. It's easy to find online. But this is what they say about the Cohen study. Again, they're just descriptive of the conclusions drawn by the study and offer no critical commentary. They say that the choir group reported higher overall ratings of physical health, fewer visits to the doctor, less medication use, fewer falls, and fewer other health problems. And they go on to say that there was also evidence of higher morale, a reduction in loneliness, and increased activity. So again, the results are simply presented at face value. Next slide, please. Here's a photograph of Gene Cohen. He was clearly a very inspiring figure in the United States in promoting the value of creative activities for older people. He established the Center for Aging, Health and Humanities at George Washington University, and was clearly a very inspiring figure. There is what Cutler refers to as the landmark paper, which appears in the Gerontologist. And a clear marker of the significance of this paper is the very high levels of citation which have been made of this paper in subsequent publications. And it has been included in no fewer than 23 evidence reviews published in peer-reviewed scientific journals. What Cohen and colleagues did was to establish a community singing project for healthy older people, aged 65 and older, and this met weekly for a period of 2 years. A separate group was also recruited to provide a comparison, and they were offered no new activity. It's important to recognize that this study is not a randomized controlled trial. Next slide, please. So here is the central table of results from this study. Obviously, this is quite difficult to take in all of these details, but on the left side of the slide, I've simply listed what they present as significant results. This is differences in favor of the singing group when compared with the no additional activity comparison group. And so out of, I think there were 10 measures taken, significant differences in favor of the singing group were found on 9 of these measures. As I've noted, this study has been cited in 23 evidence reviews, but what I want to consider now are 10 of these reviews which focus on the benefits of participation in creative arts, musical activity, or singing. The other reviews have a wider focus, for example, on engagement in social activities. So the Cohen study is categorized in a much larger group of studies, some of which did not involve any creative activity. Next slide, please. Here are the details of the 10 reviews published in peer-reviewed journals between 2010 and 2022. 4 of them are described as systematic reviews. 6 are focused on research with older people. Only 3 of these reviews include Prisma-style diagrams to summarize the review process, and only 1 study was pre-registered in Prospero. Part of the reason for these differences is that the character of these reviews varies. Some reviews are simply presented as a literature review or a research review, or they might be referred to as a scoping review. And none of these kinds of reviews would be expected to conform to Prisma guidelines, and only systematic reviews are suitable for pre-registration in Prospero. Next slide, please. Again, this is quite a busy slide, but basically what I'm doing here is just summing up which of the findings that Cohen report are referred to in the reviews. And the green squares in this table are simply saying, yes, in these reviews, this particular result was reported. What's very clear is that all the results are selective, with none of them reporting all of the findings which Cohen regarded as significant. For some of the reviews, this is acceptable because of the nature of the focus of the review. So the review led by Norma Dakin, for instance, that was published in 2018, was concerned solely with well-being outcomes. What's also a matter of concern, however, is that 2 reviews report that Cohen found a significant effect of singing on depression, which is simply not the case. So these are reviews which make an error in the reporting of the results. So let's look now at some of the details of the Cohen results. Next slide, please. And some of the problems. There are many problems with the Cohen study, but I just want to highlight 4 of them. Firstly, as I mentioned before, this study is not a randomized control trial. And when you read the paper, one of the things that really stands out is that in the process of recruitment, participants were told very clearly what the purpose of the study was. And I think as a result, the demand characteristics of this study are probably exceptionally high. And that means that there would have been expectations generated, particularly in the singing group, that what they were doing was going to be beneficial for them. So the quotation here says, the study's purpose was to explore the impact of this activity on general health and mental health, as well as involvement in overall individual and group activities of older adults living in the community. Now, actually, the issue of demand characteristics and expectation effects and all forms of other kinds of bias is a perennial problem for all arts and health research, because it's simply impossible for people to be blind to what they're doing. And so people are bound to enter into studies with expectations about what it's going to involve and what impact it might have on them. A second problem with the study is that no account is taken of attrition, which occurred in both the singing and the comparison group. If you look at the paper, you'll see that they report baseline data for the sample at the start of the study, but then people dropped out in both the singing group and the comparison group. And no information is given of the characteristics of the reduced sample following attrition. Thirdly, the statistical treatment of results in this study is highly flawed. Parametric tests are generally used when non-parametric tests would have been more appropriate. It's also clear, if you read the paper very carefully, that one-tailed significance tests were applied when two-tailed tests should have been used. And also, they're very liberal in adopting a 10% probability value for significance. And given the exploratory nature of this study and problems with the nature of control and the size of the study and so on, they really ought to have been much more cautious in the way in which they analyze the data. And finally, and this is the most important point, the fourth point, there are problems with the size and meaning of changes reported on the measures used. So let me just give some more detail on these points. If you go to the next slide, please. So, sorry, if you just go back. So here are the results as they're reported by Cohen for 4 of the measures that were used: general health, morale, depression, and loneliness. There's information here on the results of the statistical tests and so on. So, for example, in relation to the overall rating of health, an independent t-test was used to assess statistical significance of the difference between the singing group and the control group. And the claim is that this was significant at the 1% level. As I've said, they really should have been much more cautious about this. What we're dealing with is ordinal data, and they've applied a one-tail test, and they should have used appropriate statistics for ordinal data and been less liberal in their significance values. But another feature of the way the results are reported is that the results are given to 2 decimal places. Now, this is really quite inappropriate and misleading given the level of measurement. It's quite impossible to say what a value to a second decimal place means with these kinds of measures. So if we go to the next slide, here I've simplified the results by expressing the findings to the nearest whole number. And now we're just ignoring the statistics. And when we do this, the question of what these numbers mean and what the differences mean comes into much clearer focus. So again, if we take the general health measure, Cohen and his colleagues simply asked participants to rate their health on a scale from 0 to 10, with higher scores indicating better perceived health. Now, for everybody listening, if you just think for yourself now, how would I rate my health on a scale from 0 to 10? What figure pops into your mind? Well, for me personally, I certainly wouldn't say 10. I probably wouldn't say 9 for various reasons to do with my current state of health. I might think 8. I might think 7. I might say to myself, certainly it's more than 5. This is the way people would respond to a question of this kind. Now, when we look at the results, the singing group, after a year, on average, gave themselves a rating of 8, and the control group gave themselves a rating of 7. So the difference is 1 point on an 11-point scale. And the question is, what does this mean? And the answer is, who knows? It's impossible to say. Yes, it may be statistically significant, but these differences are so vulnerable to unconscious and conscious biases. Just as I was talking about how I might arrive at a number, if I have in the back of my mind, oh, I've just been asked this question after singing for a year, I might be inclined to say, is it 7 or 8? Oh, let's say 8. What is clear is that both groups rate their health highly, and the difference between the groups is a mere 1 point on an 11-point scale. The same points can be made about the results for the other scales to measure depression, morale, and loneliness. When you read the paper, you have to do some additional research to find out more information about the scales and what their psychometric characteristics are. And so, for example, Cohen et al. Used the short form of the geriatric depression scale. As I say in this figure here, the geriatric depression scale gives a range of scores from 0 to 15. There are 15 statements and people answer yes or no. But the developers of the scale say that a score of 5 or more on the scale may suggest a problem with depression. What do we find when we look at the results? The singing group rating themselves on average as 1 on this scale, and the control group as 2. In other words, in general, people in this study were not depressed. And so any discussion of the difference between the results for these groups is is in a very negative sense, purely academic. The same points can be made for loneliness and morale. The people in this study are not especially lonely, and they have high morale. And the differences between the two groups are minimal and do not point, in my view, to substantial, meaningful differences between the singing group and the control group. The next slide, please. So, in sum, I think these limitations seriously undermine Cohen's conclusions that singing benefited physical and mental health of the people in their study. What's more alarming, though, I think, is that almost none of the subsequent evidence reviews consider any of these limitations at all. They're all content to simply report the results as they are presented in the Cohen study. They simply take the results at face value without any critical commentary at all. I think the implications of this is that future reviews really do have to be much more critical and much more robust. I mean, I think they need, in my view, the Cohen study should simply have been excluded from all of these studies because it has very little scientific value. But there are also questions to be raised about the way in which reports submitted to journals are reviewed. There are serious questions about the peer review process, which has allowed these reviews to be published in scientific journals when clearly what they're doing is taking results at face value. And the final slide. These are the reviews, so very happy for anyone to have these slides. I have all these papers, I'm very happy to send them. And there we are, I've finished. I'm sorry, I hope I didn't take too long over that.
Thank you so much, Stephen. To your credit, I didn't feel defensive for a moment. And I think that in large part, that's because I know you've been in the trenches doing this kind of work and you appreciate the challenges. But you also acknowledge the shortcomings and limitations. So it's really good food for thought. Questions or reactions from the room first?
Oh, I see my friend Gunter is here. Hello, Gunter.
I'm sure Gunter's got something to say. So since you've called on Gunter, what are your thoughts? It must be very late. It's a good thing you're a night owl.
Oh, now the mic's on. Hi, everyone. Sorry for coming late. And thanks, Stephen, for an excellent talk. We do talk too little about the problems in the field. And your initiatives are one of the few ones that really want to point out the problems that we all, in one way or another, more readily avoid than straight towards them and face them and confront us with the problems, because it might lead us to confront us with our own work at the end of the day.
Yes.
And that's painful. And I think to tolerate this pain is difficult. And maybe that's one reason why there is so I sense a lot of reluctance to acknowledge and embrace the positive side of the criticism, because I think at the end of the day, we want to deliver tangible and messages that really give an honest and realistic picture of what to expect from interventions and what not to expect. I'm less worried about the biases. I wonder whether if you get you want to recruit some people and enthuse them about something, but sooner or later they forget why they are there. So they're just there, and they don't have it so deep in their minds, oh, it must do me good. I mean, if they don't feel like they want to stay, they just stay away. Yes. And they don't care whatever promises there are. So yes. I'm not sure, but maybe the point is that we should ask more often, do you still remember why you're here? and then use this information and perhaps to detect some of the biases. I think we could take this as sort of we have this discussion about treatment fidelity, and it could be easily incorporated to include also the recipient side and their perception of what's going on more often. But True. Thank you for raising this. I mean, you're very brave because you're doing that for a number of years now, and I hope it resonates more. Thank you.
Thank you, Gunther. One thing that I'd add is that for anyone involved in research, you know, it involves considerable effort. And there's always risks. You know, you kind of set up a study, you set up an experiment, you have certain expectations, you try to keep an open, skeptical mind in relation to your studies. You don't want to be accused of introducing a kind of experimenter bias into the whole thing. And then when you get your results, you want to tell a good story, and you want to be positive about the results. And I've actually been in the position where at least 2 studies that I've conducted, I've not published because I just felt that there were problems with it and that the results were not in line with what ideally I might have hoped to see. I think that's unfortunate in a way. I wish now that I'd been a little braver in saying, you know, we worked with these people with COPD and we thought it would improve their breathing, but actually we didn't find any evidence of that. So I think, and I think then when people are reviewing studies, they pick up on this positivity, and there's also a kind of concern to again tell a good story that, you know, the arts and music and dance, they're all good things, and people engage with them, they benefit from them, and that's the message that people want to put out. So any other comments or questions?
Megan Gila has her hand up, and Elizabeth in the room. Maybe we can start with you, Elizabeth.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Is there
yes.
Right here. Hi. Hi. Thank you for your presentation and your very careful analysis of the results. One of the things that I think we have to bear in mind is history. So those of us who've been doing research for a while maybe undertook things like intervention studies, not knowing about clinical trials even, or not knowing about a PRISMA guideline, which, you know, if a study was published, not to excuse some of the failures, we can call them, of the Cohen study, but bearing in mind the research climate and the knowledge really at the time that would have been the environment that a study like this was conducted in. So I don't know if you agree with that. That's the first thing. Second thing is, so what do we think we do now going forward? What are the best recommendations that we can make for these sorts of clinical trials where, for instance, you very correctly said it's very hard for people to be blind. to what group they're in. How do we get around that in our design and in our analyses? I don't know. I assume that some of the scoring and the coding was not done blindly, as an example, in this study. And maybe some of the measures didn't lend themselves to blind assessment. That might be one suggestion, I don't know. But it leads me to wonder what you think the recommendation should be now going forward.
Yes, thank you very much. Of course, you're quite right. I mean, standards for the conduct of research have changed over time, and actually over a relatively short time, and expectations in relation to publication have changed as well. A few years ago, I was a contributing author on a systematic review which had not been pre-registered in Prospero, and we submitted it to what we felt was the most appropriate journal, and the journal would not consider it because it was not pre-registered. And that's a very good illustration of how standards have shifted, and today the expectation is that reviews, if they're conducted, will conform to the kinds of standards that are laid out by the Prisma diagram. The same is true with randomized control trials. It's quite impossible now to publish the results of a randomized control trial unless it's gone through ethics, it's on a clinical trial register, and also it's conducted in line with the consort statement. And so on. So, and why has this happened? Well, clearly it's happened because a great deal of very poor research has been done and has found its way into the literature. And I think that in a sense, going forward, one might say, if you're going to review evidence on something like singing and health or any other kind of potential intervention to improve health, you should only be looking at trials which have been properly conducted and have followed the consort statement and so on and so forth, and just ignore everything else. I mean, that may be quite a harsh thing to do, and perhaps still the field of singing and health is not sufficiently developed, and not enough good quality research has been done to allow you to be quite so harsh in your criteria. But I think that's the direction we'll have to go in, I think. Someone else has got their hand up.
Yes. Hi.
Hi.
Hi, Stephen. My name's Megan Heel. I'm the Executive Director of Coral Canada. We met at Podium, the National Coral Conference in Newfoundland when you were there. Yes. So great to see you again. My question is a little bit like Elizabeth's in that, so you've noted some items of criteria that people could look at for, research that you think they should be citing. Would you be willing to give some examples of some research that you have perhaps critically reviewed or come across where you're like, this is a great model? And I recognize a lot of these, it depends, like randomized trials, there's all sorts of different type, apples, oranges, bananas here. But have there been some research in singing health where you thought, wow, this is where I think people should be looking. This is a great model, or these are particular researchers that are, doing consort and all of the other elements you mentioned.
Well, that's a very appropriate question. I think the first thing I think I would say is that we can gain a great deal from qualitative studies, which depend entirely on asking people to talk about their experience and monitoring that experience over time. So even before we think about what it is or is not possible to measure, let's recognize that qualitative studies are really very important. And also, people might get involved in singing for many different reasons. Their motivations may vary, and you may well be very surprised by what people have to say. I think a second point I'd make is that I think research in this field needs increasingly to be theory-driven and grounded in a sense of what the key mechanisms are that might generate benefits for well-being and health. In my own work, I felt that working with people with respiratory illness is very important and very telling in this respect, because of course the voice and the spoken voice and the singing voice is powered by the lungs. And when people sing, and particularly when they're in a sense trained to sing or guided in their singing, they're encouraged to breathe in a particular kind of way, and actually are encouraged to be more conscious of their breathing, to be more mindful of their breathing. And so I think studies which address that and look at that carefully are going to give us really quite important insights, particularly because we can use objective measures which may be less vulnerable to expectation effects. And in this field, in terms of I would say an excellent study that's published recently, I'd refer to the work of Mette Karsgaard in Denmark, and the large study that she conducted with groups of people with problems with respiratory illness. So yes, I think, I don't know if I answered your question, Sasha, but hopefully that helps.
Yes, Stephen.
Sorry,
yeah.
Megan. Sorry.
That's okay. Yeah, no, my
Yeah.
question was
Yes.
all your points were great, and it was your last point of an example of a great
Yes.
study you've seen,
Yes.
and the one that you just mentioned. So thank you.
Yes.
Yeah.
And if you have trouble finding it, I'm very happy to be in touch with you, and I can put you in touch with Mette. Sasha, I think Sasha wanted to ask a question.
I know we're quite short of time, but thank you. That was really fascinating, particularly for me, because I'm in the middle of creating a research design that takes account of my own bias and the fact that I'm interviewing people that I work with. And this is in an intergenerational choir for people who are living with dementia and their care partners and high school students. And one of the things that I've noticed when I've been looking at existing literature is that, sort of to your point, which is why I wondered your thoughts on it, that there's very little attention, at least in what's published, to how or why they are stating these results. Like, so it says people feel less depressed, or there's a better sense of well-being, very general, without saying anything about the circumstances that they think led to it.
Right.
So I just sort of wondered your thoughts on it. Thank you. And thank you again for a fascinating
Well, I think this is why it's very important to be asking people to give an account of their experience and what they feel has changed for them, and what has helped to facilitate that change. And I think you're quite right to say that, there are so many measures of well-being and health, whether it's mental well-being or physical health, which are very abstract. I mean, I sometimes find them very strange. The questions that are being asked are very strange because they don't give you any information about people's current circumstances and the challenges that they're experiencing in their lives. And the only way you can do that is to ask people if they're willing to give an account. And people can be worried about any number of things. They can be depressed about any number of things. I was very struck in the very first study I did. Actually, Gunther was one of the collaborators with this. We gathered information from singers in choirs in England, Australia, and Germany. And we had some feedback from one singer who was part of a choral society in Canterbury in southeast of England, which had a very high opinion of itself. And it was an audition choir, and it was a high performing choir. And one of the ladies in the survey wrote at quite considerable length at the challenges for her being part of that choir and the challenges to her well-being. And she said, I'm actually thinking I'm going to have to leave this choir because it's not a good, safe space for me, given my I'm not getting what I would ideally hope to get in terms of social support and the camaraderie of the singing group and all these kinds of things that people very often talk about. Well, you wouldn't have any clue at all about any of these things unless you gather narrative accounts from people. So I think that's the really strong route, I think. And if you're going to be quantitative, go for measures which have some objectivity about them, if it's at all possible. I think we're really out of time now, Frank, so perhaps we should wrap up.
We will, yeah, and I'm going to take the privilege of just kind of reacting to a few comments, and then we'll break for lunch. Again, I'll echo thank you for bringing all these ideas to the fore. It's a reminder that many of us in the room that are coming from the perspective of music science, music practitioners, we are all really biased. We have a dog in this fight, so to speak, and we have to remember that and be very mindful of that as we're planning our studies, looking at our data, interpreting our results. And I think we're all kind of tuning into that, and this is an opportunity for us to tune into that point even more.
Yeah, thank you.
One solution that we have for the demand characteristics, I think there is no one solution. You have to consider what is the ideal control for any given study. But one thing that has worked for us, I think, in dealing with the demand characteristics as far as social outcomes is concerned, not vocal outcomes, is the idea of having a control group that's working in some aspect of the arts. So they're working on visual art. That's something that we've done. It could be dance. You could have a study where everyone is attracted to the study under the auspice of the arts are good for you. And you will be randomly assigned to some arts intervention. You will be singing. You will be creating visual art. You will be dancing. That's one approach. It's not appropriate in all cases. I echo your view about incorporating objective measures. So when it comes to vocal outcomes, I think looking at things like jitter and shimmer, it's hard to imagine, although it's possible. It's hard to imagine how those improvements could have stemmed from motivation. They might,
yeah.
Right? But I think it's a great point. And we've become fond in SingWell of looking at hormones and looking at changes in cortisol and despite all of the challenges, oxytocin. I could continue, but maybe I'll wrap up in saying that there's a role for editors here and reviewers in nurturing authors to tell a transparent story, to not bury results that are not flattering to the grand theme, if you will. I think all of us could do more of that in lifting up our field, in encouraging authors to be more transparent, to downplay the importance of findings that that appear to be marginal or don't have proper controls. That's it. Thank you again. I think we're going to break for lunch. Thank you for allowing me to take up all that air and take up the last question.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Have a great weekend. Thank you for joining us, Stephen.
Thank you.
So for those of us online, we will resume at 2 p.m. Hope to see you back here then. Great.
Right, so I don't know, it's my impression that the original study wouldn't be published today.
It wouldn't.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, you know, and even the notion that you have like a no treatment control, like all of these things, like just dump out. So
analysis.
So I don't know which chat.
Okay.
And I but then it kind of overlap in terms of.
It would be cool.
But they're doing boxing there, maybe they're doing dancing.
It would be cool to like get the people that he ran.
The
through his
Toronto
thing.
group that we
Yeah.
founded
Yeah.
is now,
Yeah.
it's about.
And I
80
do. Right now.
Just
We'll do a little traffic analysis.
sat there and we just-
Well, that's the whole point. Yeah, nothing else.
People who are engaged.
I
who are in
didn't
every-
focused on anything like.
Support
Well,
groups
the,
that figuring out
the
plans.
main focus of the grant is the musical performance analysis.
So it's hard, but I
So
think
to
that's
be
a
able
good
to get
plan.
a
It's to
audio
get people
recording
who are
and then,
More isolated, not
So-
so engaged. yet.
for example, like the project, my research project in that area right now, is I'm like doing a project on Rihanna.
She was online, yeah.
Particularly in relation to Lab Studio album, and I guess I've now pulled it in her lab single release. Because she really, compared to the previous release, it's spent a lot of time like with a vocal trainer,
The problem
really,
was funding.
like work on her vocal style, and it's very
recruiting,
specific to each of the tracks.
so
And
that she can
so, looking, doing like a close reading.
It's like almost a case study.
Yeah.
Yeah, whether her training made any changes.
Yeah, that's
And her
what
performance.
speaks to
Yeah.
kind of affect design relations.
Oh, that's super cool.
So it's a very like humanistic kind of study.
Yeah.
and
So
that's why.
That, and then it's like, you can also use these things for like corpus analysis, like what I actually did.
I think
Originally,
funding for a study
I
is
started developing
is
it back.
possible.
When I explained
Finding
the
study for
presentation,
postdoc,
about
that wouldn't count.
Stumble,
Because
and then that was kind of behavioral study.
So you don't need to be a postdoc.
Group consultant, and that group of SHB, and then I developed. the
Maybe I misunderstood what you were saying. I'm just saying, we don't have, we have funds to support projects and really.
Okay, I'll look at the lake because I gotta go park, move my car to park.
We don't have any funds
You're
in
gonna
the
do-
budget to support postdoc.
To like exchange stuff. This is only one game, right? You're gonna
Give me a group of researchers with fund and do your research.
Yeah,
That's what you're saying?
I think the answer is right, but I don't know that I fully understand the question.
Because you say you don't have the funding for postdocs. But you have funding for these kind of
For
research.
projects,
Yeah.
for projects,
Yeah.
yeah. So the way that postdocs are involved is that they're funded through some other source.
Okay.
And there is project funding that mobilizes some work.
Oh,
by
okay,
singing.
okay.
We have budget for one postdoc that will be hired here in a year or 2 years. And the intent is actually what Sandra was talking about. When we start to aggregate data, we want some very statistically savvy, adept person to work on those kinds of questions.
I understand. Okay.
That's the limit of dedicated postdoc funding in the grant.
Yeah, I was at a bioinformatics conference a couple of weeks ago. There were some really cool people with AI with qualitative data, looking at interaction events with complex things. I was like, oh, this is what we need.
Yeah,
This is-
yeah. Although with AI, it's a black box and you don't really, it's hard to get into mechanisms.
This was all about transparency. This was like very much getting away from black box, very much making things replicable, easily shared.
Yep.
That's it. It was right, I mean, they have laws about this stuff. But yes, it's not my area. It just made me happy that people are trying to.
Yeah. I mean, we've used a little bit of AI in our research to Like, for example, we've tried to predict the emotion someone's experiencing on the basis of physiological signals or on the basis of acoustics. We can develop a model that does this, but I can't look inside the model and pull it apart. This is the problem. So it's a helpful tool, but it's not every Do we ever people online?
So.
Okay.
I'm back online. Okay. Welcome back, everyone. So we have 3 presentations now before we take another break, and I'm very excited to introduce our first speaker for today. Jane Gozine is a professor in the School of Music at Memorial University, cross-appointed to community health and the humanities in the Faculty of Medicine. She is also the co-founder and director of the Better Breathing Choir, choir for folks with lung disease in Newfoundland. Just off book for a minute. Jane has been crucial to the development of SingWell's since day one. She's been directing us in ways that like we wouldn't have known, things that we wouldn't have thought of. So having her perspective has been invaluable. And I'm just really excited to hear what you have to say.
You haven't heard this, Jane, but informally we talked about you as the conscience of SingWell,
Okay.
the humanistic conscience.
Now I feel this huge responsibility about what I'm going to say. Well, thank you very much. Can everyone hear me who are online? Are we good? Good to go?
Is online folks here? Yeah, they're not.
Yes. Okay, great. So my presentation today is reflective practice and data collection from choir members, and giving a brief outline of our move to online choir delivery from the perspective of the choir director. The Better Breathing Choir is based in St. John's, Newfoundland and Labrador, and it was established in 2016 as part of a research project between the Faculty of Medicine and School of Music at Memorial University. It was designed to support individuals living with respiratory illness, as there was no support group in St. John's. Pre-pandemic, we regularly invited guest speakers to present on topics of interest such as the importance of exercise, good nutrition, vaccines, and correct inhaler use. During the pandemic, we opened choir membership to anyone interested in using gentle exercise and singing to improve their well-being, whether mental, physical, and social. Most choir members are over the age of 60, and most self-identify with having some sort of respiratory or vocal issue, so there's no requirement to disclose this. We've always had an inclusive, non-judgmental approach to membership in a safe environment, with no need for choir members to have had any prior musical knowledge or to read music. We try to create an atmosphere, an environment in which the limitations imposed by a participant's health conditions or their lack of musical confidence will not impact on their ability to participate fully in the choir sessions, focusing on their strengths and abilities, both in terms of their health and music. We encourage choir members to take an active role in suggesting songs, as we find that this leads to more active engagement, particularly for those less musically confident. While some choir members come with extensive previous singing knowledge and experience, others have joined never having sung in a group. Some choir members were hesitant to join, having been actively discouraged from singing when they were younger, and others had not sung for many years due to real or perceived barriers in joining or remaining in regular choirs due to coughing and fatigue. Choir members commented saying things like, "We're among people who understand our limitations and don't look down upon us because we had to cough or breathe as and when we need. No pressure on those who were not musically talented. Choir gave me the confidence to try and sing again despite all my mistakes. And the singing gave me the confidence that I could sing again, having not done so for about 15 years. Initially, we restricted membership to those living with respiratory illness in order to provide a more targeted music intervention, but also to ensure that choir members who needed to cough or take longer breaks would feel comfortable doing so." I'm sorry. So I pause for a moment. Do you want me to keep going, or shall I?
Can everyone hear okay?
You can still. Do you want me to shout? Oh, they can hear me? I can keep going. Shall I keep going? Okay. Wave at me if you can't hear me properly, and I'll try and project better. The choir meets for weekly. Oh no, wait a minute, I'll go back there. Having expanded our criteria for membership, We have to explain to new members the nature of the choir so they understand how our format differs from a community choir to avoid any disconnect between their expectations and ours. The choir meets for weekly sessions throughout the year for about an hour and a quarter. For in-person sessions, we meet at Memorial University in a scent-free and fully accessible environment with plenty of free parking by the building. All important considerations, particularly for a health choir, and it's why we changed location. In March 2020, like many choirs around the world, we moved to online choir delivery. While I had used online platforms for meetings, I never imagined I would be trying to run a choir using Zoom. That very notion seemed to go against everything I believed was important in group singing, namely being in a room together, hearing the voices of others blending with and supporting each voice. And to be perfectly honest, I was terrified as I transitioned from simply leading the choir to singing and playing the piano and trying to figure out technology on my own. Last month, we started offering hybrid sessions to accommodate the different needs and preferences of choir members, and I'm looking forward to hearing about the low latency trials later on. Moving to a hybrid model has meant once again rethinking how we deliver effective choir sessions. To ensure online participants feel fully engaged, we focus primarily on those online. So it's an online session where people can also join in person rather than the other way around. Most people still prefer to join online. Some live outside the St. John's area, others have mobility issues, others are immune compromised, and some of our participants simply don't feel comfortable in a group yet. Providing space for experiential and intergenerational learning has been a fundamental element of the choir from the beginning, offering all choir members, whether students, seniors, or leaders, the opportunity both to learn and to share knowledge. For example, choir members often share their historical knowledge of the province as it relates to the songs we sing. Students share their musical expertise while also learning a new approach to group singing and having the opportunity to try out their ideas with the group, which has been particularly beneficial for students from music education, music therapy, and physiotherapy. Students help with the hybrid setup. They build musical confidence in our singers to their strong voices, leading by example, and they serve an essential role socially, both online and in person, supporting choir members. I usually meet with students before they start working with the choir so they fully understand their role, as it's often quite different from that of a more traditional choir. Choir members often comment on how much they enjoy chatting with students, and this was particularly important during lockdowns. Collaboration has played a key role in designing and running the choir. I've drawn on expertise from occupational therapists, speech and language pathologists, physicians, and other musicians. I jointly lead the choir with a physiotherapist with expertise in cardiorespiratory physiotherapy and seniors health. Each session includes at least 20 minutes of physical warm-ups and breathing exercises, followed by vocal warm-ups and songs which build on the techniques used in exercises. I refer back to the earlier exercises so that we can incorporate the techniques into the singing to address respiratory, aerobic, and cognitive goals. Synchronizing movement with the singing also provides a welcome visual reminder of the cohesiveness of the group in the online environment. Our repertoire is chosen to meet both emotional goals and goals related to breath awareness. Exercises are adapted from current cardiorespiratory physiotherapy repertoire used in clinical practice and from alternate sources such as pre-established exercise programs developed for use in community groups. They're explained and demonstrated, including modifications to allow for all levels of physical and respiratory capabilities, so that choir members can participate at their own pace and comfort level. Bringing physiotherapy techniques into the singing environment allows participants to learn skills to self-manage their symptoms and improve many aspects of their quality of life in a less clinical setting, and give them a toolbox of techniques that they can use at home with or without music. In collaboration with a physiotherapy intern working with the choir, we created written instructions and videos to help participants practice at home. Physical warm-ups focus on stretching and strengthening for postural and abdominal musculature. We also do coordination exercises for fun and for the very different benefits physically, and relaxation exercises such as modified chair yoga, Tai Chi sequences, and focused breath control exercises such as square breathing. So if you're not familiar with that, a technique which incorporates a deep breathing and mindfulness, where participants visualize a square path for their breath And online, we each trace our Zoom square with our hand, providing both a tangible reminder of breath control and a means of building group connectedness, creating that sense of our collective breath and a synchronized breath, which you get in the room normally. Choir members talk about how they enjoy doing the exercises both in person and at home, with comments like, I feel good exercising with other people. We learned new exercises, which encouraged me to do more at home. And for those living with chronic illness or feeling stressed from social isolation, relaxation is an important part of self-care. One participant wrote, the relaxation exercises are so important. It helps me and I expect others to focus on ourselves and forget the trials and tribulations of the day behind us. Another said, choir is a lifeline for me. Some individuals have commented on how they feel more confident and comfortable participating in their home environments, saying, online may have been slightly better because we could add breaths or stay on one exercise at our own pace. We could easily modify what we were doing without having to worry about disrupting the group. During in-person sessions, a physiotherapist is able to monitor participants' response to exercise and provide timely cues for adjusting technique and adapting to signs of difficulty, in the same way that the choir director does. When using a virtual platform, it's not possible to observe participants to the same degree, nor to hear them. And although they can unmute themselves with questions, it isn't as easy. It's more challenging knowing how to adjust to the needs of the group. And it's why I really like seeing people moving to music, as it gives me some visual feedback, which is reassuring. And I also ask regularly whether participants are learning the music okay. During building musical confidence, which was a really important aspect of the in-person sessions, has been much more challenging online, and many miss hearing the other voices. We received comments like, it was more inspiring when you could hear the voices of the choir around, and the vocal warm-ups are still good, but we miss having the other people's voices around us, especially in the ones where we do as rounds. Another commented, the main reason I didn't like choir online was because I sounded quite bad without the choir around me. And the support and feeling of the whole voice of the choir around one is sorely missed. Singing some songs is difficult without the support of the other voices in the choir, especially those of the volunteers with musical training to guide those of us untrained. One person referred to feeling lame when singing alone at home. On the other hand, another participant said, singing songs is my favorite part. I like that we're muted, so nobody hears me. And another one said, I find the online weekly connection very good. It makes me practice and keeps me singing. It's a shared experience with those who love to sing and is of great value to me. The hybrid setting allows us to recreate more of the elements people miss in the online settings, such as singing round, hearing more voices. Online group singing has meant rethinking what it means to be part of a choir and what our priorities are in group settings that often place equal value on factors such as supportive community building, reducing social isolation, acquisition of musical skills, socializing, relaxation, and performing. Choir functions as a cultural, musical, and social experience, as well as support groups, so ensuring we maintain all these elements in our in-person, online, and hybrid environments has meant having a fluid approach, being willing to try, retry, reject, modify our ideas, listening openly, and trying not to make assumptions about what our participants' needs and preferences are. It's meant reimagining how the benefits from group singing can be maintained and enhanced in a modified online environment. While the move online was forced upon us by the pandemic, it subsequently provided choirs with opportunities to reconsider their mode of delivery, their role in the community, and to explore new approaches to group singing to serve a wider population, including people who previously were unable to participate in person, such as those outside of urban centres and places impacted by severe weather. For example, we didn't have any sessions in person in the winter, but we do online. Those with mobility or transportation issues, those who are immune compromised or anxious in group settings. Access to technology continues, however, to be a barrier to participation for many. Finding creative and sustainable ways of using online group singing to support those living with chronic illness and social isolation will continue to be an important part of how we think about singing in the future. With increased interest in social prescribing in Canada, there's a natural fit for health choirs within such schemes, both in person and online. While each choir has its own priorities and approach dependent on a range of geographic, social, and health factors, there are many commonalities within health and community choirs. If choirs are to become integrated and embedded within healthcare systems, as well as in our communities, then it's essential that we learn from diverse choir experiences to offer group singing that best meets the needs of participants. And I see SingWell offering a great forum for this. While online singing may not be a positive experience for some singers, it provides an opportunity for others to participate in ways that they otherwise could not do. We just need to reimagine what we mean by group singing. Thank you.
Thank you, Jane. It's always so lovely to hear your perspective on it. Positive and positivity. It's great. So open the floor to any questions. And from online, just raise your hands.
Should also say that Hannah was a volunteer with the choir. Just not wanted to put Hannah on the spot, but did you have questions for Hannah?
I think the next speaker might have also
Yes.
been a
Yeah.
volunteer in the choir.
How do you manage that? What are the challenges of hybrid choir and how do you manage them?
So we've only just started that. The current main problem is that it's requiring us to have 3 computers set up because of the space that we're in, so that people in the room can see the lyrics on a screen, people at home can see the singers to get that feeling of being part of a group. And I have the computer balanced on a grand piano while I'm playing so that people can see me. And it's those practical challenges, and also because it's a physiotherapist who's working with the group, we want people to be able to both hear her and see her legs and her arms and her posture. And so just it's setting up the computers really to do that, I think, is the biggest challenge. I was really surprised how much people could hear online in the hybrid setting. So we could sing in parts. I can't hear the people online, but they could hear us, which I was really excited by that.
I've participated in a sing-along for Singing with Parkinson's, a group we have a long history with here. And the hybrid was amazing for me. It was so much better than trying to sing into the void of Zoom. And we did some dancing in this session too. There's some people from Dancing with Parkinson's. It was a fundraiser. And it was great too. Like, I've done dancing on my own. It's not so good. Sorry, I mean like this is the help. I've also danced on my own privately, but no, I mean that I think it's from the participants' point of view. There's some gain that comes from you kind of can imagine yourself in a group when you see the group on the other side.
And that's what people said in the session, that they were so excited, even the people online, that they could see people sitting in a group, even though they weren't comfortable being part of it, and hearing more than just me playing along to my piano at home. And instead they could hear me along with other people. So that I was really excited by that, but people were both online and in person as well.
Best of both worlds.
Yeah.
To follow up to that, I do a hybrid dance Parkinson's group, and I find it very challenging as the facilitator to maintain the split focus. As that interesting choice that you made, that you said the online group is the priority, and the people who are in person are kind of along for the ride. Was there a reason or a point at which you made that choice?
Really, it was because I had been in hybrid sessions myself, and if I was a person online, I felt like being on the outside, and so that I wasn't really being heard or seen. And that's from experience, having taught online during the pandemic and attending things. And so I made that decision. So I've got the computer set up on the piano like I did at home when I was running that, and I speak to the computer, and then the people in the room kind of sat wherever they wanted, so they could see me, and I would turn to them, but I'm talking to the computer, which is an odd setup, but it seems to be the only way, because people in the room will say, I can't hear you, can you repeat that? And we'll talk to each other if they want to, but it's people sitting online can feel like, well, they're all having fun in the room. And that was my experience with the children's choir where we were doing that. But the people in the room were all having their group chats, and they were going for snacks together. And we were sitting online, so thinking, well, is anyone going to talk to me? And
You're getting nods.
That's why I made that decision. And we're just experimenting with that. But I think that is one way to solve the feeling outside.
We have time for one more quick question, which is going to come from Louise Jovan. Oh, Louise, you're still muted.
Right, now you can hear me? Can you hear me? Are you okay? Can you hear me? Yes? Jane, you can hear me? Not sure.
Okay.
Can you say that again, Louise?
Yeah, well, I'm unmuted. I just don't understand that Jane didn't seem to hear me. Do you hear me, Jane?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Oh, okay, good. Thanks. Well, thank you so much, Jane, for sharing this with us today, because this is my main worry as our next step is a hybrid choir, where part of the people will be in a different city. The one online will be in a different city altogether. So every comment, every advice I can get today is most welcome. My main, yeah.
So I think that doing, whether it's online or hybrid, you have to use your imagination a lot and pretend that the people online, that I can actually hear them. So when I'm doing the online sessions, I'm pretending that I can hear them singing back at me and I'm responding. So I'm telling people they're doing a really good job, even though I have no idea what they're doing and they might not even be singing. And that, we're all having a good time together and we're learning this song and we're making lots of progress and really having to imagine it, because otherwise, I just think that I think you need that energy to recreate it. And hybrid makes it much easier because people are actually enthusiastic along with me in the room. So I think using your imagination and pretending you can hear people has to be the way to do it.
But apart from imagination, I was wondering, did you notice that the people online do sing with the choir because they hear the sound of the choir, that people that are there and placed? Did you feel that? Do you feel that togetherness?
I think that when they could hear people in the room as a hybrid setting, they did. I think that when they're singing along at home, they feel like they're singing along with me rather than the group. And that's from, and we did try actually sharing the screen and like using like Great Big Sea. I don't know how many familiar with Great Big Sea, but one of the Newfoundland bands, we would play their songs and we'd sing along to that. And that was upbeat and you got the sound of the group, but trying to recreate that with me playing the piano, I think is quite difficult. So that's why I think hybrid does offer a lot more possibilities in ways that I hadn't thought about, to be honest, until we tried it.
Okay, and well, thank you for that. What I'm trying to understand too is your setting. You were talking about 3.
Yeah, that's partly as a result of a particular classroom that I'm in. That means that in order to project things on a screen, we have to have a separate computer set up for that. But you do need 2 computers, we found, even without that, just so that people at home can see the whole group, not just me, because otherwise I don't think they will get that sense of the hybrid setting. They also can't hear as well. So it's, careful placement of the microphone so that people actually do hear a group rather than just the individual singer.
Yeah. And the people do use the screen for their text. They don't use their notes. They don't use a paper at all. They just look at the screen.
We used to always have music, and we've got so many songs now. So we've got about 115 songs in our repertoire, and I can't afford to print off the copies. It's simply that, and participants like sharing the screen in online settings. So I decided to kind of imitate that in the classroom now. So they look at it on the screen and actually help posture because people are sitting upright because they have to look towards the screen. So actually, I think that there are benefits apart from the fact that I don't have funding to cover the cost of making copies of all the music.
Okay. Oh, well, very interesting. One last thought, Jane, if I may, if I'm not taking too much time, am I?
Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. My concern at the moment is those people that will be in a different city. If I don't meet them ahead of time with the choir in person once, I feel that they're never going to feel the togetherness altogether. It'll be like another group altogether.
I don't know actually, because we have participants in the group now who live outside the St. John's area and I've never met in person, and they will never come to in-person sessions. They said that, and they come every week and feel part of the group. Now, I don't know from a if you were measuring hormone levels, I don't know how that would match, but what they say is that they feel part of the group, and some of the responses were actually from those people. And we've never met in person. And there were people joining the sessions from outside of Newfoundland and Labrador as well. They were coming from Quebec and Saskatchewan. So I think that there are ways to make people feel part of a group without necessarily being in the same room. I wouldn't have thought that pre-pandemic, but.
Oh, yes. And you did not meet them individually before at all?
I've never met those people other than online.
Oh, okay. But even online, it was always as a group, right?
Yeah.
You two can speak after. I know you have lots of questions, Louise, and you have Jane's contact. Because, yeah, I mean, we're going to hear from Louise after. She's going to share her project with us. So,
thanks.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you, Jane. Thank you very much.
So up next is Timothy. Hopefully he's here. He's another member of the Better Breathing Choir. He's a fourth-year medical student at Memorial University of Newfoundland and holds a Master of Health Ethics from Memorial University, a Master of Music from the University of Florida, and a Bachelor of Music honors from Memorial University. He is actively involved in research, and notably, he recently presented his involvement in the development of Examun, I hope I'm saying that right, an app designed for medical residents to engage in self-reflection upon their day-to-day performance in clinical work at the International Conference on Residency Education. Outside of medical school, Timothy is an ethicist on the Newfoundland and Labrador Health Research Ethics Board, a volunteer coach with the Special Olympics, and he has worked with the Better Breathing Choir and LADA, a neurodiverse choir belonging to the Shalloway organization in Newfoundland. So thank you for being here, Timothy.
Yes, thank you for having me. I'm just going to share my screen. Okay, is everyone able to see my screen?
Yep.
Okay, and you can hear me okay. All right. Oh, thank you so much for having me here today and for that really nice introduction. So I work alongside with Jane at the Better Breathing Choir, and so this is a small scale sort of pilot project that we had started recently during the pandemic, that Jane and I were interested in this particular question. So the title of the project is Why Are Health Choir Members Motivated to Join and Continue Their Participation? And so we think this is a really interesting question and we'd like to explore further. So my presentation is going to talk about this project and what we're doing so far. So as I'm sure most of us are aware of the variety of different health choirs that exist. I work with the Better Breathing Choir, which is for respiratory issues, as Jane talked about. There's multiple different other health choirs for people with mental health issues, neurological issues like Parkinson's disease, cancer, patients and survivors. So there's numerous different types of groups. And so the benefits that participants of these groups get somewhat vary, but within the health choir literature, there's been some kind of general benefits that have been noted so far by people who work and with these particular groups. So some benefits that have been noted so far are physical benefits like improved breath control and capacity, increased vocal strength, mobility improvement, psychological benefits from participation in these choirs like improved mood, ability to cope with stress, and social benefits as well, such as connecting with others, making friends, sharing experiences with others who share the same condition or have gone through the same experiences. One of the things that we're interested in looking at too is whether or not these benefits are actually motivating participants to join health choirs and also continue their participation in health choirs, which is a little more of a sort of a nuanced question rather than asking what are people getting out of the choir. Are these benefits actually making them sign up for the choir and come, and what is motivating them to come each week to rehearsals. So what we've done so far, so this is really our kind of our research question, and sort of twofold. So what I said is, what factors are motivating participants to join the choir and their participation, and to what degree do these factors motivate the individual's participation in health choirs? And another thing we're interested in too is, are factors that motivate joining and continuing participation in health choirs the same or different? Which again is some more nuanced question too. And then we feel that it's really important for health choir directors, members of health choirs, and those who work with health choirs. This information is really important as it helps individuals structure choir sessions based on what participants feel are motivating them to come each week, what participants would like to see in order to motivate them to come each week, and also for recruiting new participants. How can it sort of helps, it will help helps choir directors sort of target their choir and market their choir to potential participants. So what we've done so far is we've done an online Qualtrics survey, which we've now distributed to 2 health choirs, the Better Breathing Choir in St. John's, which is the choir that I work with. And also we've done sort of Singing with Parkinson's in Toronto, which I'm sure some of you are aware of this choir too. And so what we've done is we've based this survey on the Physical Activity and Leisure Motivation Scale, developed by Morris and Rogers in their paper. But what we've done is we've adapted this scale, which was mainly done for participation in exercise and physical therapy programs. But we've modified this to fit the health choir demographic by including questions regarding warm-ups, musical factors that may be influencing participants' motivations, such as the particular songs choir sings, particular singing exercises, as well as we've also included questions regarding the social aspects of participation in the choir, which were not originally in the scale. And we've also included some additional sort of open-ended questions in our survey to gain more nuanced and further insight into factors that we may not be covering in this particular scale that may exist. So far we've had a small number of respondents so far. We've had 8 respondents in total from the Better Breathing Choir and Singing with Parkinson's. So far what we're doing is we're using more of a qualitative analysis employed to determine the strength of motivating factors based on how many individuals rate particular factors as a strong motivator or a weaker motivator to participate. So what we found so far is that the strongest motivating factors for both joining and continuing participation is emotional benefits like mood improvement, for example. Again, the social aspects of the choir we found are really important for people, getting people to come back each week, such as singing with others, spending time with others in the choir, also meeting new choir members and other people. Vocal strength and fitness improvement was another big factor, which I mentioned earlier was a benefit, but it seems that a lot of the people who are responding have noted this as a motivator. Also, singing skills improvement as well has been noted as our survey respondents so far as a big motivator, and also breathing exercises and improvement. What we found is also some weaker motivating factors, so not as strong as those for getting people to come each week and joining the choirs, are friendship formation and being with friends, support from others with same or similar health issues, physical health and fitness, physical fitness improvement, and also stress reduction as well. With regards to continued participation only, it seems that our respondents so far are really enjoying singing in a health choir, and the enjoyment they get out of participating and coming each week is for getting them to come back. maintenance of singing and musical skills. So the skills that people are learning and developing in these choirs, is a desire to continue building on those skills and maintaining those skills is another motivating factor. And also we found that songs that the songs that the choir is singing and musical aspects of the choir is also a strong motivating factor for continued participation. One weaker motivator was communication ability improvement, which was on the original PALM scale. We had left that in there as well to see whether or not that would be a motivating factor, but that's not as strong as we not as strong as the other factors that I have mentioned so far. We also asked participants as part of the open-ended questions, the most meaningful aspects of what is the most meaningful aspect of their experience in the health choir so far. And so far what we found is that camaraderie and the pleasure derived from singing in the group are perhaps the strongest motivating factors of what we've seen. And we also were interested as well because we were surveying choir members during the pandemic. And as Jane had just talked about with the hybrid model, we have participants participating online. And in person as well. So during this time of hybrid participation and mostly participation online previously to the hybrid participation, what was motivating people to come each week to the choir? And we found that the desire to connect and be with others was a strong motivating factor, which given the isolation that many of us experienced during the pandemic, this is not a surprise. So to kind of summarize these results, so far these results are largely confirming our expectations based on the benefits that I have mentioned previously in the presentation that have been noted that participants have gotten out of health choirs. So we were expecting that many of these benefits were motivating factors as well. So we were also motivators that, as I said, were unexpectedly weaker, as I mentioned, were some psychological benefits like mood improvement and also support from others with the same health issue. So respondents so far have noted that it's not necessarily, perhaps it's not necessarily connecting with others with the same health issue, but it could be more due to the fact that they're just connecting with others in general and being in a group and singing with people who have a shared interest, and is more motivating than actually the health issue that's that they originally joined the choir for, really. And kind of as I had alluded to earlier, these results will have some implications for how health choir directors structure sessions to keep participants coming back. And Jane has alluded to as well the implementation of a social prescription system. So if we're able to determine what motivates people to come to a health choir, other healthcare professionals like doctors, nurse practitioners, and others can recommend a health choir participation based on patients who they feel would benefit from this participation based on the motivators that they, based on the motivating factors that the health professional feels that that their particular patient has for participation in such a choir. So there's a broad range of implications there. So far, just some limitations so far. So far we've had limited response to the survey. So these factors may change over time. And so far responses are limited to the experiences of 2 choirs. Given the variety of health choirs, motivating factors may change and may be different in other choirs that we just have not uncovered yet. We did modify the scale that we have based our particular survey on. So we included some motivating factors that we had thought would be motivators, like singing, like particular songs, as well as the musical factors of choir participation. As well, the influence of the COVID-19 pandemic may have influenced some answers so far based on being isolated at home and not able to come to a choir may be influencing people to say that their desire to be connected with others as a strong motivator might be motivated by that, but by just this sheer circumstances of the pandemic and not being able to leave. And also what we found is that there's a relative lack of comparison studies available, which are looking at motivating factors rather than benefits. That certainly leads into the future steps and where we're going with this project. So we're planning to survey additional health choirs, also, and making this sort of a larger scale study and having similar larger scale studies coming out of this. And also one thing we're looking at is developing an additional survey for health choir directors to get their perspective on what they think participants' motivating factors are as well. To again get a more get another nuanced perspective rather from the participant side, rather what the directors think might be motivating their choir members to come as well, and sort of comparing those results to this project will be an interesting question going forward. So thank you very much. I know I had some limited time today to talk, but I hope that gave a good overview of sort of where we're going with this. And does anybody have any questions so far?
Tim, there is a question in the room.
Hi. Thank you for your talk. And it's Annabelle Cohen here, and I'm interested in the issue of males' attitudes to singing. Because from the age of 6, males have negative attitudes to singing. And this may be less so for older males because it may be a more modern phenomenon. But I just wondered if that would enter into the motivating factors in terms of who is joining choirs. And of course, with the older demographic, there are actually proportionally less males too to choose from, so who might participate. But I just wonder if that is a factor.
Absolutely. So I didn't get a whole lot of time to talk about this, but our survey, we're also controlling as well for demographics like age, gender, previous musical experience, whether or not they've had previous choir experience as well. So we definitely are looking at the role that gender plays on the plays on the responses and the motivating factors as well. Because we are, that's one of our demographic questions, and we're one of the things that we're interested in too. So absolutely, yes. And what we found so far is that most of the respondents have been female so far, or female identified participants, I should say, so far. So definitely, that's certainly something we're looking at going forward.
I think I saw Meryl Tanner's hand up.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
It says that I'm not allowed to unmute myself. So I'm not sure if people can hear me or not. I can see why Jane was having. Anyway, I'm hoping you can hear me. I'm a speech pathologist and a singer, and I did my PhD in vocal strengthening in the form of a choir for people with Parkinson's disease. And I'm just thinking about your questions when you've modified the palms, and I don't know the palms, but it may be that even within your Parkinson's choir, communication is not an issue for them yet, so then it wouldn't be a motivating factor. So it may be in, and maybe not in the breathing group either, their communication isn't their issue. But what I find is there are, if communication is an issue, it is a big motivating factor for participation. So I wouldn't discount it unless you have already looked at who has a communication disorder, right?
No, and we're not discounting that yet, but it's just so far that's the responses that we've received so far. And like I said, that might change over time as we receive more and more responses. This is just what we've done so far with the project, and absolutely, we're not discounting anything yet.
I'll just add to that, if the sound is okay. I think also where the referrals come from might be an interesting variable to look at. They're being referred to by their primary care doctors. Find.
I had a bit of trouble hearing that.
I had trouble hearing that as well.
Yeah. Something about doctors referring.
Yeah,
Good point. Can we fix it? I think, yeah, I don't know if we
You
can.
can go ahead. I
Okay.
just need a barrel. It's picking up.
Can everyone hear me okay now?
I think so, yes.
Okay, I was just saying that the referral process might also be a variable of interest to see where people are hearing about the choir. If they're hearing about it through a speech language therapist that's referring them to the choir for the vocal outcomes, that it might be a more motivating factor. So to take note of that in future studies.
Absolutely, yeah. And again, there's so many different avenues to explore with this. So we're hoping that this is just a springboard to other research questions and other studies as well.
Yeah, it's super interesting work. Thanks so much, Timothy. Next up, Louise, who we heard from earlier. Following her training in music, voice, Louise discovered how surprising the effects of group singing were on the elderly living in caregiving facilities, while so little recognition was given to these group singing programs. Louise devoted her master's degree to verifying and measuring the effects of group singing with older adults, followed by a PhD, which looked at the effects of group singing and compared them to traditional rehabilitation therapy in individuals with COPD. Her upcoming post-COVID study will be analyzing the group singing program by comparing online and in-person activities. Thanks for being here, Louise.
Right, well, thank you for including me in. I'm honored to be with you today. Yes, our next study that SingWell is accepted is about this hybrid group. So no wonder I was asking so many questions to Jane earlier. As we've done the in-person only before, comparing the pulmonary rehabilitation to the group singing for COPD. So we had similar groups, and we checked with similar schedule and such. But this time we would just use the hybrid group for the singing. This is the team. So we are quite lucky to have people from all kinds of environments, including speech therapy. That's new. We didn't have it before, so we are very lucky. We're very pleased. Jane and her knowledge and experience is wonderful. And other people like our pulmonologist. So he's the key to our success in the past in recruiting people who were having COPD at a very high level. The next one. Oh, sorry, I'm on the wrong thing. Yes, it went too fast. Okay. I believe I'm doing it. You can see the slides? Okay. Yeah?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So why the pulmonary disease? Well, it's a disease that doesn't show much when people have it. It's not as apparent as Parkinson's, for instance. It may take a while before anybody will notice that that person is ill. But yeah, it is the first cause to go to hospital, as when you're actually lacking oxygen and you're choking. It's kind of an emergency, and it's very hard to live with. It affects mostly seniors. So in the present time of an aging population worldwide, it is worth considering to seek to those people with the pulmonary diseases. What is existing now, apart from medication, is the pulmonary rehabilitation therapy program, which is doing very well. It's the best known therapy, but hardly any people can access it in most parts of Canada. So this is lacking. Also, the effects are limited and they do not last so long. So once the program, usually 10 or 12 weeks, ours is 12. When it ends, well, it doesn't take long before the effects on muscle and walking distance and all kinds of effects that have been happening, they just melting away. So we're looking for alternatives. And with Stephen Clift, who was there earlier today, the team in Britain and people across the world did notice that singing was improving lung capacity. Then people didn't notice it, and they measured some increasing the lung function. Similar effects to PR for Kasgard, who was in Denmark, that Stephen Cliff was talking about earlier today. And our study measured that either the pulmonary rehab or the singing had similar effects on the lung, not much. We didn't have an increase. The effects were quite similar in all the measures, except that for the singing, when we measured 3 months later for the maintenance, the singing group was always doing better. So we cannot say that it's because of the singing, but it did show pretty well because all the measures did show in a similar way. So that was that. So this is about the literature we're talking about with Kasgard and Clift. So it was encouraging to go in that direction. What we intend to do really is evaluate the feasibility of the hybrid group singing program. And it might be important to notice that in Quebec, as I know, perhaps I don't know it all, but for now, there is no such thing as a singing group for COPD, for people with lung disease, none at all. So when we did the study, it was the first that was known, and we was lucky enough to do a local one in a community center that just ended up last week for 8 weeks as a trial. And the people attended well, and we intend to continue with the research. Perhaps the same people may come back. So we will evaluate the effects as we did in the previous study. Attendance, satisfaction, facilitators, and barriers. We'll use the interview for most of those topics. And then there'll be measures about the lung health, the functional capacity with the 6-minute walk test, for instance, and cognition, as cognition differences have been noticed among that population before, and quality of life and communication and social inclusion. This is the main diagram of what's going on. The 2 hybrid groups, one that will be just singing, the other one singing and the maintenance and pulmonary rehabilitation. The singing group in here in Sherbrooke, where I'm talking from right now, in Quebec, in person, most of the time, people will use the Zoom when they can't come up, when perhaps they're coughing or something, and they're not allowed to come if they show any sign of anything that could cause trouble for the others, that could be dangerous for their health. And the online one, it will be taking place in Montreal for people who are with the Association Pulmonaire du Québec, the Lung Association. That's the Quebec Lung Association, where they're already doing PR maintenance program. They've been doing it for quite some time, and during the COVID, for instance, they carried on with it. So they will be carrying on with their maintenance program, and some of them will choose to do singing with us once a week online. So that's the diagram here. You see the 12 weeks. We'll have the baseline measurements, then the measurements after the intervention, and then 3 months later. So we can evaluate the maintenance of the effects. In the circles, the turquoise circles, those will be the micro time scale tests of the SingWell's tests that we didn't use before, that will be done during the intervention. Our concepts, the basic concepts. The first one, inherited from the British group with Cliff and Morrison, who did measure the increase in the lung capacity. This is the sense of coherence of Antonovsky that really starts thinking in the way of optimizing one's health. We're not trying to cure anything in any way. These are chronic diseases. They will not be cured. The best we can do is make one feel better and optimize what's there. And this is what it tends to do with the these three things: the comprehensivity, the manageability, and the meaningfulness. And actually, this is the measure we used in our last research that came up the most encouraging for the group singing in comparison with the other group. Although it was not significant statistically, which it couldn't be in any way in 3 months, it went on increasing all the way through for the group singing, as it went exactly the opposite for the other group, for the pulmonary rehabilitation. Indicating, this measure indicates really that the coping, the higher the score, the more the mental health is usually better. It is effective in that way, so it's encouraging. The other one, creative aging, is about Jean Cohen that Professor Cliff was also mentioning this morning, who tends to encourage creativity as a powerful tool for the second half of life. So I go for it 100%. I'm totally concerned with this one. And I really like the values that it comes up with the life's choices to be reevaluated, and the liberation that comes with aging when you don't have the same load on your shoulders and you have more spare time. So this is one of the concepts that is very useful for training the people who will be working with the seniors. So to take them in a different option as they're just aging and losing out. So this is encouraging to me. Our population that we intend to recruit to 24 participants with 2 groups of 12. And the criteria is the usual ones with the age group is starting with our community centers criteria, 50 years. And the rest is mostly for security. You want people to be not too ill so that they're not endangering themselves. The cognitive impairment, we have no choice with the research. At certain levels will be checked. And also they have to be hearing enough so that they can hear the sound and they can sing. We will be checking on that. And of course the French, because everything will be taking place in French. So they need to understand, speak and read French. Our variables are the 2 groups, the intervention and the control. The common to both in the center is we'll be careful about this, that it is as similar as possible. Both of them are taking place in community centers. They have warm-ups. They have some COPD management education, and carers will be admitted, well, less with the pulmonary rehab, and there'll be similar self-administered tests. But with the choir, of course, there's some singing. The room is not the gymnasium, and they'll be learning songs rather than techniques for daily living. And they're needing a lot less personnel. And sometimes they'll be just a facilitator altogether. But sometimes there's also an accompanist, and we intend to have an occasional, not occasional, but an assistant trainee most of the time for the next study. And of course, the concert, usually people ask for the concert if the 12 weeks have been given them good enough boost so that they can be on a stage and enjoy themselves. It did happen in the past every time. It's about in that line that the measures will be taking place, then the analysis, the results, and it is a mixed design study. So we really are privileged to count on the interview to balance similar effects that will be measured quantitatively. We check which ones is one thing and the other, and then we can balance it and check out. So this is very useful. Of course, it is limited. We have limitations. The partners, for instance, we didn't work with those partners before. They had 2 different backgrounds. One is a community center for leisure activities of all kinds. The other one is specifically for people with the lung diseases. So there will be social cultural bias, most likely. We'll take that into account. And the hybrid method, well, it is a new experiment, so we will probably baffle a little and we'll do some mistakes. So we'll try and do our best. And to conclude, we find that this project not only brings us together and brings together those people again who like to sing, but we will be functioning with the national partner, the association, the Lung Association, that we really aimed at because they do correspond to our best hope to implement these choirs in the future, as it was done in Great Britain with the British Lung Foundation. And also, well, it is a pleasure and an honor to be here today with you and to be welcomed with these few colleagues of Canada. Thank you for that. We found from the past study that there were certain things that we really aimed at not forgetting for this time. And we're quite pleased to say that most of them are met in this study, like the implication of our medical team from the start, where we still have our famous doctor who's going with us, and Nicole, who's with us today, who does teach the pulmonary rehabilitation and who actually is the initiator of the studies in the first place, as she is also a chorister, and she enjoyed the similarities, and she noticed the similarities between the singing warm-ups and the ones in the pulmonary rehab being similar. Also to experiment with a complement to pulmonary rehab. Last time we really compared two different groups. Now we will be comparing singing with a group that does singing plus the pulmonary rehab maintenance. So this is inspiring to us. I was curious to check on that as it worked well in New Zealand. And then evaluate, of course, the costs and options that would be helpful to implement. And I believe that's what's happening right now. So we're quite pleased for that. Plus, with the COVID, when everything stopped, fortunately, we just finished our choirs and we have gathered our data. But with the COVID and the pre-existing limitations, a lot of people do live too far to come to those rehearsals. And also the weather is so bad that sometimes even if they stay close, they can't go out the house at all. So this hybrid was a plan we wish to do. So with the SingWell research in 2023, this is what's happening. So we're very happy about that. Don't know if I have a few seconds left. You could hear us. Do I have a few seconds left? We have that at the last, it was a concert to end the intervention in 2018. And I'm not directing the people as much as directing across where the residents are coming, because the place, the research center is also located with a long-term care facility where we had our assistants. So this is quite complete. The last slide is the one that I didn't translate, because that word also made something that I will use in this study in English. Have mercy. We do hope that we will manage to gather all that data and go through the study with. And thank you again to the SingWell group for this. Thank you.
Louise, unfortunately, we don't have time for questions, but would it be all right if we share your email address with participants if they have any questions about your presentation today?
Yes, of course. I'll be glad to take any email. Yes.
Wonderful. Thank you very much again.
Thank you.
Okay.
We have a few people.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we're just going to take a very brief break. If everyone wants to reconvene at 3:10, just give yourself a chance to get up, stretch your legs, get a little fresh air. We will get started again at 3:10.
Pleasure.
Ready to get started again? So we have a very exciting workshop today. Leading today's workshop, we'd like to welcome Taylor McLean, the creative lead at the Center for Communicating Knowledge here at TMU. Throughout her career, Taylor has sought out positions where she can make ideas, concepts, and information more accessible. She believes in clarity, simplicity, and strong storytelling. No matter what the project, Taylor's goal is to craft narratives that are compelling, universal, and accessible, and strives to help the TMU community tell powerful research stories. Taylor's also been crucial for our website. If you've been to the website, that's all thanks to Taylor, and she's been helping us craft our messages. So we have a workshop today to help everybody who's doing research now learn to craft messages better and to help share the information that we're learning through SingWell with people who need it, the knowledge mobilization. So thanks so much, Taylor, for being here.
Thank you. Thank you for that introduction. I'm so excited to be here, and thank you all for joining me. So I'll tell you a little bit more about the Center for Communicating Knowledge, CCK. We are a part of Toronto Metropolitan University, TMU, and we work with research teams across the university to help them find ways of communicating their research. Oftentimes that's communicating research to non-experts. So finding ways of really engaging people, of taking information and actually making it something that people want to learn about, can use, want to engage with. So that's sort of the mandate of CCK. In the past, we've worked on a wide range of projects. So we've designed exhibits, we've built websites, produced short films, but really underlying everything is an approach that's media and design based, which is a little bit unique within a university setting. I really try to push research teams further in what they consider to be knowledge mobilization, because I think sometimes it's very narrowly defined. A lot of times there's sort of a more traditional approach to things that might involve plain language summaries or project websites. But there's really a wide world of exciting approaches to knowledge mobilization that I see, and not all of it is within a research or university context. There are many organizations or groups that are engaging in some sort of knowledge sharing with someone who can benefit from that information, even if they don't necessarily realize that that's what they're doing, or if they call it knowledge mobilization. So I kind of cast a wide net in terms of where I take inspiration from, but I also cast a wide net in terms of what activities count as knowledge mobilization. So when I'm talking about this kind of work, I'm really talking about any kind of project that involves sharing information with someone who can use and benefit from that information. So today, I want to walk you through kind of the planning process that I take when I'm approaching new projects. And I'm going to illustrate each of these steps using one case study, which is a website project that I've been working on for the past few years. And I'm going to share my screen and I'll quickly show you this website. There we go. So this is a website that I've been working on with the School of Nursing here at TMU. And the website is called BPGs in Action. So it is meant to introduce nursing students to the best practice guidelines, which are a series of publications that have been created by the Registered Nurses Association of Ontario. And these publications provide an evidence-based, a series of evidence-based recommendations for various types of nursing care. And the RNAO over the past few years has really been trying to increase uptake of these best practice guidelines, particularly within nursing programs and with students. I'll just go to the guidelines section. And they've had difficulty with getting students to kind of, use these, use the actual best practice guidelines. So this nursing team did research into why exactly students weren't using it, and some of the challenges and barriers that were preventing them from engaging with these best practice guidelines. So I will also put this link in the chat so you can kind of have a look at the website as well. There we go. Okay, so the team had done research into what was preventing students from accessing these guidelines, and then they were given a grant from the RNAO to develop an intervention that would kind of help with that uptake. So I'll be referring back to this website. We'll talk about it in more detail throughout the presentation. But let's get back to knowledge mobilization. So I will now share different screen. Let's see if we can get this to full screen. Okay, all right. I can't do it without it taking over my entire screen. So it'll have to be this little small window. Okay, so a lot of initial approaches that I see when I'm kind of meeting with research teams for the first time is I call it the menu approach to knowledge mobilization planning, which is that people kind of think about what they want to create before they have really defined who they're communicating with, what they're actually communicating, and why exactly they feel that they need to communicate this. So why is it valuable? And the answers to these kinds of questions, what are you communicating, who are you communicating with, and why is your information valuable? To me, this is the foundation of everything. It's also deceptively simple. It's really easy to look at these questions and think, yeah, I know the answer to this. But I compare it to when you use a word regularly and then you're asked to define it and you can't really do it. And you sort of realize, maybe I don't understand that as much as I thought I did. So I think the process of really specifically and clearly articulating some of these things really highlights where some of the foundations of whatever project you're working on might be a little bit vague. And to use the example of the BPG's In Action website, this menu approach is that when the team originally came to me, they wanted to build an app. And they had been given there was some external pressure that, oh, an app would be great. But they hadn't really considered why. Like, why does an app serve our purpose more than a website would? And really, it was just that it sounded cool. It sounded impressive to build an app. But there wasn't a lot of consideration into how does this serve the people that we're trying to connect with? How does it serve our goals within this project? So that's sort of an example using the BPG's In Action website. Instead of taking that menu approach, I really encourage everyone to start with defining the audience and defining the purpose. Again, it seems really simple, but it's really important to go through the process of articulating all of that. The phrase that I hear a lot, and I think is really great, is that knowledge mobilization is about putting research into action. There's all kinds of terms used to talk about research communication. There's knowledge translation, knowledge dissemination. But knowledge mobilization really is trying to capture that not only do we want to get the information out, we want people to be able to use it. So that's, I highlight that because the sort of action is an important piece when you're defining purpose. You want to think about what is the reason for sharing that information and what do you want people to do with that information? What actions do you want your audience to take? How do you envision them actually using this knowledge? Depending on the complexity of your project, you might have multiple of your overall research project, you might have multiple knowledge mobilization initiatives. And each of those might have a different purpose and they might have a different audience. And because of this, it's really important to be specific. You don't want to assume that the information that you have is useful. It's easy to kind of start from that place because you know why it's useful to you. You want to write out specifically, why is it useful to the people that I need to connect with? It's really important to start from that place of it may not be the same as why it's useful to me. And it's really easy to substitute your own needs for your audience or whoever you're trying to reach, to substitute your needs for theirs and to lose sight of that. Defining this audience and purpose, they go together, and sometimes you kind of have to go back and forth between the two and sort of, massage each as you're kind of working through this problem. And the whole time you're really trying to think about, how do I match this, my purpose and my audience, to the larger research project? So I'll start just with purpose, even though they do kind of go together. It's not necessarily a sequential step, but I like to break purpose into 3 different parts. The first is defining the overall goal. What is it that you're trying to achieve? The next is to kind of break that goal into specific actions. So what actions can the audience, the people I'm trying to reach, what actions can they take that will help us achieve this overall goal? Again, really trying to keep things active. And then you want to think about the value and the benefit. So what is the benefit of my audience or the user taking this action? How does it help them? How does it help others? And what is the benefit of them taking these actions to the overall goal? I think, I'll emphasize this a lot throughout, but the answers may seem really simple, and it's important to, I think, write them down and articulate them, and to be as specific as you can. Alongside breaking down your purpose is to think about your audience, who you're trying to reach. There are different types of audiences that you might be trying to reach. Here's kind of a brief list, not exhaustive by any means, but you might be trying to reach other experts, academics. It might be communities of practice. It could be a particular group or community itself that may be non-experts and have, absolutely no understanding of the information that you're trying to communicate. It could also be policymakers or government, people who might have influence within the policy related to whatever research you're doing. Just some examples of the kinds of people that you're trying to reach. You can have more than one target audience, but you really need to be careful with this because you want to maintain specificity, and you also want to make sure that you're not trying to reach too many people at once. So I think it's important to create a hierarchy. This is a common practice within strategic communications, to break down your audience into groups. You have your primary, the main people that you want to target. Secondary, so this is, less of a priority, but still people that you think are going to be important. And then tertiary. So for me, the tertiary audience is usually not people that I want to target specifically, but that might be able to connect me with my primary or secondary audiences. And we'll talk a little bit more about that in a little bit. This is what I've heard before. I've heard it more than once. When asked about purpose and audience, my purpose is to raise awareness and my audience is all Canadians. This is so broad that it's not helpful in any way. It doesn't give you a really solid foundation to figure out where to go from here. If I contrast it with the BPGs in Action website, thankfully that team, when they first came to me, they had a very specific audience and purpose already defined. They'd done research on nursing students and their use of these best practice guidelines. So they found that most students knew about them, but didn't find them useful. And after learning this, they explored the challenges and barriers that prevented students from using them. The number one issue that they found was that students felt that the information was just far too dense. So the BPG documents themselves are hundreds of pages long. Not everything in those documents is relevant to students. And this was a big barrier. The other big barrier they found was that students were kind of confused as to how to use these guidelines. They didn't know if it was, rules that had to be followed strictly. Were they things that you had to tackle in order? They were so confused as to what role this should play within their nursing practice. So from all of this information, the team was able to really clearly define all of this for me. So their overall goal, increase the number of students who are using the BPGs as a resource during their clinical placement in the final year of their project or their program. A very specific thing and something that is measurable to a certain degree. The specific action, what they wanted their students to do, they wanted them to review the best practice guidelines before and after their shifts. They wanted to refer to it when they had questions about different approaches to care. And they wanted students to use it as a tool when they're engaging in reflective exercises in their programs. So they actually could envision how students were going to specifically use this information. They had a strong visual. This is what we want them to do. This is how we see them using it. Incredibly practical. And in terms of value, having students learn the BPGs will improve their knowledge and skills, help them develop better approaches to care, and ultimately, because these are evidence-based, they're going to increase or improve patient outcomes. If you compare something like this to my goal is to raise awareness, or the purpose is to raise awareness, you can see how much more useful and instructive this is. If I have a foundation like this, it's a lot easier to figure out where to go next and to start planning other interventions. Now, in terms of their audience, obviously their primary audience, that's easy. They're specifically targeting nursing students at TMU. But they also recognize that there was potential for this website to be useful for practicing nurses outside the university and also other healthcare practitioners, like personal support workers. So those weren't the specific targets, but we wanted to keep those groups in mind as we were creating some of these resources. For the tertiary audience, we identified TMU faculty and instructors. So we really wanted to increase we wanted to increase the use of the BPGs within curriculum itself. So ultimately, we're trying to reach students, but the way that we get to students is through faculty and instructors. So this was another important audience. We're not designing the website for faculty instructors, but we know that within all of our knowledge mobilization activities, at some point we need to consider faculty and instructors, and we'll need to connect with them because they're going to be an important conduit to to the students themselves. That leads me into the next section, which is about mapping and finding pathways in order to connect with your target audience. This is a complex and really tricky step. And it's something that is ongoing throughout your project. You will likely always be trying to reach people and looking for new ways to do it. More often than not, you don't have a large, already established audience that you're connected and engaged with. It's difficult when you don't have that to know where to start. Social media can be effective. I think that's a lot of people's first instinct and the sort of go-to, well, we'll start a social media account. And it can be effective, but if you're just thinking about it as starting the social media account and pushing out content and then waiting for people to find it, it's not going to work. It can take years to establish a following on social media that's large enough to make an impact. And it also requires a significant amount of time each week. You need to engage with your followers. You need to map out networks and find new people to follow and new people to engage with. You need to find content and develop content to post that's going to be interesting and engaging for people, that people are going to want to like or repost in some way. And so if you're just kind of casually logging on and posting infrequently, it's pointless. It's pointless. It doesn't mean that social media isn't an effective tool. It's just really important to begin with the understanding that it's going to take considerable effort and time. And so I really take a considered approach with social media. I like to think hard with any project as to whether it's going to be effective, whether it's a good use of time and resources, and whether we have the situation or the resources to be able to do it well. And more often than not, I start with a grassroots approach, which is talking to people and digging around to figure out contacts and what are the different ways that I can reach and we can reach our target audiences. Social media can be a great place to start with these things as a research tool. You can find communities within your area. You can identify influencers, which I'm not talking about kind of the stereotypical picture that comes to mind when we think of influencers, really just people who have a strong and engaged following. And that exists in all of the different pockets and niches within social media platforms. So I really encourage you when you're starting out these projects to start by having conversations about what you're trying to do, asking people questions, trying to figure out how you might connect with a particular community. And this, I think, is an important foundation, is to think of any kind of knowledge mobilization, outreach as person-to-person relationships rather than broadcasting messages. So often we think of it that way. We've got to push this information out. We've got to broadcast these messages. But it's really about building relationships. And the only way that we can do that is to start having conversations. If we want to use social media, that's great. But we have to have conversations on social media rather than just posting, broadcasting. It's also about kind of that listening. That conversation approach, listening and learning about your audience, it's important to do that as much as you're sharing information with them. You may get to the point where you have a large and successful knowledge mobilization project. You have the attention of thousands of people, and the work that you're doing isn't on an interpersonal level. You have a larger platform to share that information. But even still, that the things that you're sharing, the messages, the content, those still need to be thought of as personal. Everything that you do should still be dictated by a deep understanding and also an empathy for the people that you are trying to share information with. It should feel personal, even if you don't have contact with every single person. Which brings us to another part of the planning process, which is about learning about your audience and empathizing with them. I kind of put it within the mapping out of pathways process, because mapping the pathways requires that you learn more and more about your audience. And as you learn more about your audience, you start to find more pathways. So again, it's kind of this back and forth sort of approach. And I use the term empathy because that's something that we talk a lot about in design, in all fields of design. It's the first step within the design thinking process, is to empathize with whatever your end user, your audience, whatever their needs and challenges are. So they have to remain at the center of everything. If we think about that menu approach and you start with the idea of, I'm going to create an app or I'm going to make a website, the user is not the place that you've started with. They're not the center of this. The product that you're trying to make is the center, and it needs to be flipped around. So in terms of network mapping and empathizing, if I use again, the BPGs in Action website, what did this look like with that project? Well, I started the project by having meetings and consultations with students themselves. I wanted to get their thoughts and hear about their experiences using these guidelines. And because I'm not one of their instructors and I'm outside of the nursing profession, I was able to create a space where they could be candid and share even, negative and positive ideas. And these conversations formed the foundation of the website. Every single design decision that we made was based on what they shared with us. I asked them about the nature of their placements in their final years. What kinds of things were they asked to do? Were they, during their shift, were they quizzed by their supervisors? What did their day look like? Did they look things up on their phone during the day? That was a big question that I wanted to know. Are you allowed to have your phone when you're, on the floor of a hospital? And do you look up, do you look things up? And the answer was yes, which I was sort of surprised about. Having that, really specific information about exactly what their day looks like, it expands your ideas of what they need so much. And there were so many things that we could do with this website that would have looked good to the research community, to TMU, to the funders, but that would be absolutely useless to the students. So if we start from this place of, I'm thinking about this student, they're on this website, they're mid-shift in their placement, what do they need from me? It changes everything. The other part, so that's kind of the empathizing part. The other pathway related thing is about what I was talking about earlier, which is the conduits. So that tertiary audience that I identified as faculty members and instructors. So we see them as, a necessary step in reaching students. And we're still in the process of promoting the website and really, disseminating it. So we haven't reached out to instructors yet, but our plan is to connect with them to see if they might include this within their curriculum. And, we hope to kind of provide some sample assignments or some lesson plans that might help them do that. And we've also offered to, come into classes and tell them about the website, or tell students about the website and explain, how it might be useful. So the website itself, again, is not designed for faculty instructors, but a side project is kind of figuring out how do we connect with them and what do they need from us? How can we make their lives easier so that they will, use this within their classes? So I've talked about kind of the strategic parts of this, defining your purpose for engaging in the project itself, figuring out who are you trying to reach, who should this audience be, understanding and empathizing with your audience, and then, the pathways to reaching them. Now I want to kind of shift focus to the knowledge mobilization products themselves. And I tend to refer to all of this with the term content, and I've probably used this in the presentation already. To a lot of people, it's completely meaningless. Within communications and marketing, it's a term that's used all the time. And I use it as a catch-all term for any of the materials that are created within knowledge mobilization. It could be a physical thing, or it also could be experiential, like an event, an exhibit. So it's really, to me, a big catch-all term. Why I like using it is that it comes from marketing, and specifically content marketing, which I'm sure you've heard of, but I'll give kind of a quick overview and why I think it's an important concept. Content marketing begins from the idea that you can't just promote your company. You also have to provide value. So prior to the trend of content marketing, the value was thought just to be the product itself. But as we got more and more advertising and there's more and more noise, marketers realized that consumers, it was harder and harder to get their attention. And what they needed to do was to build brand loyalty and start giving consumers things that they valued rather than just pushing out that promotional message. They started to create content that has absolutely nothing to do with promotion and is really only tangentially related to their product or company. An example of this is MailChimp. So they are an e-newsletter platform. You can create e-newsletters and send them out with their platform. If you go on their Twitter and see what they post a lot about, our product is great, but they also post things like they have a podcast and they interviewed Bjork the other day. Nothing related to e-newsletters, but they know that in order to have an audience, and to keep them engaged, they need to produce things that an audience will find interesting. Because if they just keep selling over and over again, our product is great, no one will follow them. No one will, be there when they want to sell something or promote something. The general rule of thumb, they say, is 80-20. So 80% of your content should be something that your followers, users will find useful, and then 20% of it can be promotional. So many examples of content marketing, some great, some not so great, but really it's all beginning from a place of you have to give to get. It may be commercial and capitalistic to kind of connect this to, sharing knowledge and research. But to me, it's a really important concept to keep in mind, especially because we often begin from a place when we're communicating research of this is good, this is valuable, and people need it. And all of those things may be true, but we still have to package it in a way that we show our audience those things. They have to know that those things are true. It's not enough to just kind of believe it ourselves. And I think that brings me kind of to my next point, which is that you have to provide value, not just in the information or knowledge itself, but also in how it's presented and how you promote it. So again, you're not just, you do have to provide valuable information, yes, but you also have to provide it in ways that make it valuable. To go back to the BPG example, if we look at the best practice guidelines themselves, so the original version that they come in are a long 100-page PDF document filled with extremely valuable information, but not presented in a way that allows students to access that information. So as a team, we needed to figure out, how do we provide value to our audience by changing the way the information was presented? So in the case of this website, the main way we did this was to make browsing and searching for these documents a lot easier, and to include brief summaries of each of the BPG documents. We also, so that's in kind of the providing value in how we're presenting the information. Information itself, valuable. How we present it also has to be valuable. Now we need to figure out, how do we get this out there? How do we promote it? In our promotion, also needs to provide value. So as I talked about earlier with the conduits, if I want someone to spread the word, promote my project, I have to figure out what I can do for them, what's in it for them. So with the faculty and instructors, one way that we can provide value for them is to create sort of a lesson plan or activities or assignments that they can use within their courses. So we're asking them to promote the website to students, but in return, we're giving them a teaching resource. So maybe it seems sort of transactional to think of things in this way, but I like to kind of instead think of it more from a reciprocity standpoint. Okay, so finally we're at the content for this slide. Good content. Kind of related to this providing value for me is defining what is good content. Big, scary question, vague, difficult to do, but to me, it's something that's really overlooked when engaging in these products and creating knowledge mobilization products themselves. It's about taking everything that you've learned about your audience and translating that into a skillful execution of whatever the materials or content that you're making. To me, my kind of high-level definition is useful, accessible, and entertaining. The entertaining part may sound superficial, but to me, I think it's really important. When we're entertained, we're attentive. And so often with knowledge mobilization, what we're communicating is so dry that we need to look for ways to make it entertaining. The specifics then of what makes something useful, accessible, or entertaining will depend again on the context of your actual project. With the BPGs in Action website, what we knew about the students, we used that to define what was going to be considered good content. So to make the site useful, we knew we needed to create really brief content that was easy to absorb. And we did that by condensing those BPG documents into brief summaries, which were presented point form notes. Again, that's not a complex thing to do, but it's something that really makes a huge difference. To make the site accessible, we created really clean layouts so that we're not overwhelming the user with information. We also organized all of the information on the page into different sections, clearly delineated sections. We used accordion menus to kind of contain some of the content. So again, it's not so overwhelming. You don't see this big mass of dense text. We also used sidebars to kind of create a framework, show a user right away, here's what you're going to find on this page, here's how much information there is, and an easy way to skip between the sections. Finally, for entertaining, we wanted to create a really, visually exciting design. So we used bright colors, vibrant graphics, to make sure that it didn't feel sort of like a stuffy organizational site. And then we also added in kind of personal and relatable content. So interviews with practicing nurses or graduating students, so that students can learn from people that they can relate to. So that's kind of how, that's how we defined good content in that project. It's going to change depending on the project that you're doing, but I think the best way is to start with useful, accessible, entertaining. Okay, so I'm nearing the end. I wanted to just quickly share just a couple of examples of things that I've really liked and found inspirational. Some of these are knowledge mobilization. Some of them are kind of only sort of defined that way. The first is a recruitment page for the Master's in Branding program at the School of Visual Arts in New York City. And it's this interactive poster where you can enter in different text up here. You can change the size of the text down here. You can offset it. You can play around with color. And then at the end, you can actually save your PDF. It's a recruitment tool primarily, so not knowledge mobilization proper, but I kind of consider it adjacent because it's allowing users to explore and experiment with typography, layout design, color theory. So it's really an introduction to some of the principles that they're actually covering within that program. And it's a really cool way, I think, to connect with your audience. The next one is, why don't I have this? An Instagram account called Subpar Parks. Again, not a knowledge mobilization project, but it is I believe that this person is a graphic designer, and they take negative Google reviews of national parks in North America and couple them with original artwork, and they're so funny and so entertaining. And it's not specifically a knowledge mobilization site, but I can see how this could be used in that way. So it could be used as potentially a campaign for greater awareness around different environmental issues related to some of these sites. But ultimately, it's an entertaining website. Or an entertaining Instagram account. I like to kind of include this example because for me, it's showing you a different model for engaging with social media. It's not based on a persona or an organization. It's based around an idea. And primarily the purpose is to entertain people, to make them laugh. And then along the way, they're also learning a little bit more about some of these parks. The final one, I'll put this link in so you can watch this video, is Freestyle Social. So a colleague of mine, Anthony Morgan, he runs this event called Freestyle Socials. And it's related to his research where he looks into the conditions for creating kind of productive dialogue around science issues. So really encouraging people to be curious rather than taking kind of hard stance and having kind of these combative discussions. that might be sort of have this kind of, you know, suspicious undertone. So he has these events, usually holds them in bars, or he did pre-COVID, but I think he did a lot online during COVID. And participants would come and they'd be given a question, science related, but something kind of sort of fun. The example he always used in talking about it to me is it okay to pee in the shower? And so participants kind of have like an informal debate about this. And there's also experts there that kind of can provide some information. You know, for example, an expert that talks about the water savings benefits of peeing in the shower. And the main rule that they have for this is you need to switch sides at least once during the debate. So it's really about a kind of a fun event, and but encouraging people to be more curious and use debate as a way to learn rather than to, you know, make you further kind of rigid, I guess, in the way that you're thinking and feeling about these things. So that brings me to the end. I do have one, I'll share this, I'll get Catherine to share this, or Arla to share. I have like a kind of infographic worksheet that sort of goes through what I've talked to you about, and has a little bit, some useful resources, and then also brainstorming / spark questions to kind of help you define some of these things more clearly, to start thinking about these things, and hopefully, you know, build your way to a really specific and actionable plan when it comes to knowledge mobilization. So we will share that with you afterwards. And that brings me to the end.
Much, Taylor. I'm just reminded of when we first started chatting about the SingWell project, how I developed the things. We want everybody to be our target audience. It's the communities, it's the practitioners, it's decision makers, it's academics. And Taylor's done a good job of reining that in and helping me be more specific with different outputs of the project and who we're targeting those outputs to. So yeah, this was great. Thank you so much, Taylor. We have a few minutes if anyone has any questions.
Arla, I'll just comment on what you just said, which is that you had a lot of audiences, but you knew who they all were. And so it's just about in this case, it's about teasing apart and saying, okay, so we're doing this project, we're creating this website page. Who exactly are we doing that for? So I think with this project in particular, you have always been so clear on so many of these questions. So don't sell yourself short, is what I'm saying.
I think it's just been so helpful having this conversation to feel more clear about it. And the purpose of this workshop is that we can all be a little bit more clear. When we reviewed the proposals, the knowledge mobilization, we'll distribute the information. So the idea to be a bit more strategic about how we're doing that and who we're doing that for and why we're doing that. And I think Taylor really helps me understand that. Hopefully it was helpful for everyone here. Cool.
How are people feeling about knowledge mobilization? Are they feeling that it's out of their element? It's something they want to embrace? I don't know. Is it? It's a profession. Yeah. 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 No, that's a good point. Yeah, but I guess we're.
That's my.
Yeah. 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 Well, it only became a really important thing in the granting world. Not that that's the only reason we should do it, but it only became an important thing in the last decade or so.
It's also like it is something that's important to grant, but like within the recipe, it's not spelled within the like promotion structure. So then you like get the time out of the user, unless you're able to get the money out of the grant things from the other. So it's sort of like it's a bit of a challenge that like because you don't have the whole removal of the problem.
Yeah. It's hard to know what the university values in terms of promotion these days. It's really a moving target. That's my opinion. It's really moving. Yeah. Like it's, it was clear it was productivity, good work, and like things have changed dramatically. It's and that's not a value judgment. It's just it's hard to know what we all value. I think it's changing from year to year.
I was just going to say, I totally agree with Isabel in the sense that I feel like it's a whole area of expertise that I don't have and that other people do. But just thinking about COVID-19, and I listened to Taylor and I think, I hope you talked to somebody or somebody consulted you. And when you think about the successes and the failures of knowledge mobilization for vaccination and everything with COVID-19, like then, and you think that that's about telling the stories that science has to tell, it actually means it is really important what we do, and to the results of our work and what we want to convey about that.
And some people had some people really have talent.
Right.
Well, or else they get the input and the help. No, like you think it's I think it's an innate talent, sort of.
No, but some people
Yeah, we need popularizers, and I think both of you have valid points that those of us that don't have those innate skills can develop them and lend help from folks like Taylor. Alex.
A very important workshop, and thanks for meeting today. And I actually came back from the Canadian Association of Gerontology conference, and the entire theme was knowledge mobilization. There was some work to see, uptake of knowledge, mobilization of knowledge of older adults, and they were looking at the different platforms, so Facebook versus Twitter. Twitter apparently didn't do a very good job.
Makes sense.
Facebook was very useful. Instagram was not successful. So it really is about knowing your target and who's your target audience and where are they going, where are they choosing to seek information, right? So that's really also CIHR has some few workshops going on right now for knowledge mobilization. And it takes a very, very simple Taylor presented. It takes you through like understanding who is your audience. Your audience is not homogenous, you have different.
Are they like online fixed resources or?
They're online. It's a 3-day conference.
Oh, so they're actual. It's an actual event.
It's an actual event. They've all been free. Yeah, I don't know. CIHR sent out
It seems that these ideas that you were speaking about could be very useful for recruiting participants in their studies, because I know even the non-singing studies, but trying to get older people to participate, and all you give them is a link to consent form. Right. You're dead. I mean, that's the end. But if we take the time to have videos of ourselves or show the lab or whatever. I attended a symposium on recruiting and developmental psychology that was at CPA. And the hoops they go through to get parental consent and use some of these techniques, thinking, what does a parent want to know? They want to see the scene.
And I mean, Sandra may have a lot of experience, but I remember working many years with you, and you would go to every hospital, and now you can bring them into your lab in this way. So I think we have some work to do, but it's not all of it is outside of our grasp. But just thinking that yes, we have to show what's going to happen in the experiment, like actually show somebody carrying out your study and what is involved in it. And some people may already be doing that, but you know, I'm not doing that, and I want to do that as means of gathering. So this is very useful.
Yeah, I like that you say, when you say it's not out of our grasp, because I know like a lot of this stuff, or there's a lot that is very specialized. There's lots that I do that requires very specialized knowledge and design skills in order to execute. But I think from the foundation that I think everyone can have is a foundation of paying attention and slowing down to think through a process. I think we so easily kind of disconnect when we're dealing, at least for me, when I'm dealing with something that's sort of, here's my professional brain and here's my professional world, and I'm trying to achieve something over here in my professional world, I completely disconnect it from my personal world. And when I bring together the, you know, Twitter feed that I consistently, like the followers that I consistently go back to just because I enjoy, has nothing to do with anything that I do at work. It's just something I enjoy. When I can connect that to my work, that's when things start to make sense, because I'm thinking, yeah, maybe I don't want to see like maybe I don't want to be recruited in that way. Maybe I don't want to see that kind of a post. Maybe that isn't going to make me want to sign up for this. And if I start to put myself in that position of what would I do? What would I want to see? If I'm following an organizational account on social media in some way, what account is it? Do I in my own personal life, do I have anybody on Instagram that's organizational, like for my own personal self? If so, what are the things that they're doing that I like? If we start from that place of some of this more intuitive, or not necessarily intuitive, we have to actually, you know, make a concerted effort to think about these things. But a lot of it is paying attention to the stuff around us that is interesting and convincing, information that we hear that's not related to anything that we know, but that we end up going and sharing it at a dinner party. What is the nature of that information that made it interesting to you? Yeah, just that attention, I guess. Which is also something, because I have such a strong design background, that's a big part of progressing in design, is that paying attention.
Thank you again, Taylor.
My pleasure.
So I know it's a hot room and it's a long day. Let's just bump the schedule by 10 minutes and take a full 10 minutes, and we will resume at, that means we will resume at 4:25. Thank you.
Bye, everyone.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. Thanks for having me. Yeah. now 15 minutes behind. So the entire schedule gets bumped 15 minutes and there's no pressure. We have a little bit of slack between the end of day and dinner for those of you that are joining us at dinner. So I think this will end at 6:15, but feel no pressure to speed up your talk or anything. Our next speaker is Dr. Dawn Merritt. She is a former music teacher turned clinical researcher. She completed a master's and PhD in clinical neuropsychology at the University of Melbourne in Australia, doing research that focused on how singing training changes the brain and behavior. She has investigated singing training longitudinally in both healthy adults and in individuals with language impairments after stroke. Dawn is currently a postdoctoral fellow at BRAMS at the University of Montreal, working with Professor Isabelle Peretz on projects related to music-induced neuroplasticity and on the mechanisms by which singing can promote health and well-being. Welcome, Dawn.
Thank you. It's a real pleasure to be here today and to present to you a new project that we are just getting going, thanks to SingWell. I had hoped that I would have enrolled a few participants and have some very preliminary data to present to you, but we're not quite there yet due to some equipment delays. So today, I'll be presenting the rationale, the study design and methodology, and the expected outcomes of this project on group singing. So as Frank said in the introduction, my background is on singing-induced neuroplasticity, and including in aphasia. So when I was reviewing the literature on aphasia during my PhD, then how singing might be effective, I was really struck by the fact that it might not only directly affect communication, through enhancing fluency for speech and language, but almost every discussion section of papers in this field mention the fact that there's another reason why singing might be effective, and that's because it's enjoyable and motivating. And that really got me interested in this idea of how does singing actually affect health and well-being? So not just the direct effects potentially on communication disorders, but these indirect effects that might make rehabilitation more effective in general. So I really thought, okay, singing is a great option because it can probably kind of maybe go down both of these pathways. So I think in this context, I probably don't need to spend very much time trying to convince you that singing does seem to have a big impact on health and well-being. And I know that some of this evidence is stronger than others. I mean, this morning we had a very important talk about how some of the previous research has some weaknesses that haven't always been acknowledged. But the literature does suggest that singing can lead to improved mood and mental health outcomes. It boosts happiness and decreases negative affect, increases social connectedness, reduces stress, and even can improve immune function. So many of these effects have been shown in both healthy and in clinical populations. But my question of interest is, how is singing actually able to do this? Because I think that unless we understand what aspects of a singing experience are leading to these effects, we don't really have a way to optimize our singing experiences to make sure that those effects are as useful and as strong as possible. So there are a lot of possibilities or factors within a singing experience that could moderate its effectiveness or be a potential mechanism by which it exerts positive effects. And some of these are more specific to singing, but most are elements that could occur in other activities as well. And the mechanisms and factors that I'm going to mention here are not mutually exclusive. And I would suggest that perhaps the fact that there are so many ways in which singing could affect us, that's probably key. Singing may be particularly generalizable and work more broadly because it can actually tap into so many different things. So I'm not going to make an exhaustive list here, because if I went through the entire literature, that would take a long time, a lot longer than 12 minutes. So some really important mechanisms, I think, that are really relevant in the rehabilitation context are I'll mention a few here. Expectations and familiarity and competence, I think, are a little bit understudied, perhaps. There could be a little bit of placebo effect, perhaps, related to singing. So if people expect it to be useful to them, it probably will be. And there's some interesting research by Lonsdale and Day that found when they compared group and solo activities across singing and other instrument playing and physical activities, that they didn't really see a singing advantage, but they found that if an individual felt that they could get good at what they were doing, that produced a well-being boost. So I think that a sense of competence could play a role, and a person's background familiarity might be really important. Another one, Robin Dunbar suggested that it might not be the singing itself, but the movement that's associated with singing that might lead to, stronger effects on neurochemistry and mood. Another possibility is breathing and changing that aspect of physiology. So another project that was led by Alexandra Lehman, and Isabel was involved in that project. It suggests that these physiological changes that are induced by singing, particularly the slower breathing patterns that singing could induce, that might be an important mechanism for health and well-being. And there's a pretty large research literature now on the influence of synchrony with others on mood, connectedness, and well-being. And of course, we can't forget about the social bonds that can form. And I think particularly of a study by Pierce and colleagues, where they showed that singing was particularly effective at forming fast social bonds. And so they called it the icebreaker effect, that compared to doing other activities together, singing made you feel more bonded to a group very quickly. And there's many other factors that could moderate, I think, the effectiveness of singing for well-being. And I don't have time to go through them all, but when we started thinking, okay, if we want to look at factors like group size, how does that work? Or present, like in-person versus virtual type studies. I mean, in the pandemic context, that's on everybody's mind. We realized that this group bonding piece was really a potentially important one, because we wanted to be able to make sure that if we designed studies that were within subjects, that there wasn't potential differences in group bonding, if that is one of the things that's really influencing the health and well-being outcomes. So previous research on the singing and well-being stuff has suggested that the context really matters, that group singing leads to much greater benefits for endocrine and immune function, physiological arousal, stress, mood, all those things that we've mentioned already. That's better than solo singing. But we actually, when we reviewed this literature, we realized that there's one critical flaw with this research, and I shouldn't call it a flaw. I'm incredibly grateful for the very challenging studies that people have done in this area. But they've all been in pre-existing choirs. So, that convenient sampling issue. And I thought about it and I thought, if I was in a choir and I really enjoyed singing my part in that choir with everyone else, and then one day at choir, they said, okay, you're going to be in this research study if you agree. Now go sing by yourself in that room over there and see, how you're feeling before and after. I don't think that I would like that. I would think that would be like a punishment almost. So we thought, that's a potential confound in the previous literature, which has been very converging on this idea that group is more important or more effective than solo singing. So we question, is it the singing or is it the group in group singing? And how important is the social bonding? And what other mechanisms might also be involved? So we started coming up with some research questions, and I'm going to just quickly review those and then show you the design that we're hoping to use to address this. So does singing or group and the group bonding have a bigger influence in the group singing effects on well-being? How do group singing effects on mood and well-being evolve over time? Because as we know, if singing induces fast social bonding, it's probably good for us to have an idea of when exactly that's occurring. Does it happen right away in a single session? Do you have to see the same people for several times in a row to feel bonded to them? So far, they've looked at 1 month And that 1 month was enough to make people feel bonded, but does it happen even sooner than that? Does a choir need to bond to be effective at improving mood and well-being? And then we also, when thinking about other potential mechanisms, wondered, could this possibly be mediated by synchronizing with others? And if you are familiar with them, can you synchronize better? And does that, improve the bonding experience? So to look at this, we've designed a study. It's kind of big, unfortunately, because we can't really do this within subjects. We have to do it between subjects. So we're aiming to try and get 72. We'll use the sequential analysis to try and ensure that we have actually been able to answer the question yes or no to our main hypotheses. So we will keep collecting data if we realize that we don't have enough power. It's really hard with a study like this to estimate the power appropriately. We will use non-vulnerable adults given our pandemic context, and we will have them sing. They'll come after some online screening where we'll get a little bit of information about their music experience and their demographics, and also ensure that they are not amusic because, and that they're able to sing fairly well, because it won't be a very bonding experience if we put really poor singers in with people who want to sing. And then we'll have them familiarized with singing in the lab so that it's not quite so scary the first time they come to do it. And then we will divide them into 3 groups. And one of the groups will be the same across the month of singing sessions that they do each week. And one of the singing groups that they will do will be novel each and every week. And then the final group will be solo singers. So this will allow us to tease apart the effects of group versus singing, and also group bonding with a group that you're familiar with versus just the actual singing in synchrony with other people. We'll have them sing for about 40 minutes. That seems to be the amount of time that has been suggested to be sufficient to ensure that we're creating the effects that we're hoping to see. And we're using some novel songs that nobody there has heard before, a variety of songs. I don't even know if I can play this or not. Okay, but it's just to give you an idea. It's a simple piano accompaniment. And doesn't look like it's going to play today. Just a second ago, it was at least showing that it was playing, but I've got a lullaby, a nonsense song, just pop style music, something that, so a variety of different things. And we've tried to kind of balance it out so that as they go through, they have something that's kind of equally arousing to do for each week. And we will collect cortisol and visual mood scales before and after each singing session. And we'll also use the intrinsic motivation inventory and inclusion of other in the self scale at the end of each session. And this allows us to kind of gauge how much they feel like they belong in their group, and also try to get at that idea of competency, because the intrinsic motivation inventory has a competency section in it that will allow us to see whether or not their feelings of competence and ability to master singing are changing over time, and whether that tracks with their mood and well-being scores. We also have the opportunity to have physiological measures of heart rate variability, breathing, and movement, so that we can check synchrony in these various physiological aspects. That was a really, really brief overview. But what we hope to be able to do is to get some practical information regarding the use of singing for rehabilitation, for communication disorders, and just for singing-based research and intervention more generally, including like how consistent does choir membership need to be to have optimal effects on well-being. If group bonding is important, we need to think about our groups and how they're composed and how consistent they are. When to expect well-being effects to emerge in longitudinal choir studies. So that would really inform the timing of our data collection for future studies in this area, and really provide that foundation for future research into moderating factors. Because if we know how group bonding influences things, we may be able to design within group studies that are going to be, you know, more better powered and a little bit easier for us to recruit enough participants. So the ultimate goal is to have that greater understanding of the role of the singing context, so group and group bonding versus singing itself, and of the contributions of other potential mechanisms of action so that we can really optimize our singing-based interventions. So with that, I just want to say thanks to Isabel, who has provided lots of valuable advice as we've been trying to design this study. And there's many members of our lab back in Montreal who have helped with this. Some undergraduate RAs have been working, helping me with getting things going. And many others have helped as well. And I just wanted to say thanks to the Research Health Fund of Quebec, who have provided fellowship funding for me. Bronze is supporting our study in a big way. And of course, so thank you so much.
So I really like this study so much. It's a great study. I wonder about controlling for practice effects during the week. Are they allowed to sing songs that they learned?
That's a good point. I don't know whether or not they will remember them well enough if we're not sending home.
Okay, but you're not enabling them.
That's right. We're not enabling practice during the week.
And what is the individual singing experience like? Could you just explain that?
What the singing experience would be
for
like?
the individual when you solo.
So just like in the group singing environment, we will have a facilitator who will be there to control for how many repetitions are going to be done during that singing experience and to make sure that they are singing as continuously as possible. And they will be, because the songs are novel, we'll start by having them introduced with the piano and voice. The voice will gradually fade out so the person can continue on their own. And they will have lyrics in front of them so that they're not stumbling over those or trying to learn them at the same time as the tune. So there is that group singing experience for those first few times of going through the song and trying to just sing along with the recording. And then they will just sing by themselves. But we felt that if they don't have an example to follow, it'll be too hard to learn the new songs.
So there's could you say the facilitator?
So a musically trained facilitator. So somebody who has choir directing experience, although they won't actually be directing the participants, but they will help them to come in and stay together so that in the group singing experience, we did not want particular person to emerge as like the leader of the group or anything. We didn't want to have those kinds of dynamics happening. Mm-hmm. So we have somebody that will be facilitating and who will, help to, when we were piloting this project, not with just like looking at the songs that we were going to use, we did have feedback from our participants there that it would be better to get a little more feedback to say, oh, everyone needs to pay attention to this section. They wanted that kind of choir feedback. And so we're going to try to incorporate that if we can do it in a controlled enough way that it's not going to be really different across groups.
And one final question, to what extent is this like a singing lesson in solo?
It won't be like a singing lesson because it's different. There won't be any feedback like, oh, you should sing louder, you should sing faster, you should sing with better breath, you should stand up straight. We won't be giving that kind of direction.
So are they singing with the recorded music or somebody's playing?
Yeah. It'll be recorded music because it's, I think, a little bit too hard to have the same pianist coming and playing it exactly the same way for every group through the whole study because it'll be a lot of sessions.
So there is someone who starts playing the music, they sing back to back the songs and they leave the room. And the solo person will go into the room, sing by herself and get out of the room.
So
like that?
They'll all be doing it in the same environment, but the solo singers will just be coming in and doing it by themselves, whereas the groups will be coming in groups of 4. We chose 4. It's not a huge group. It's not like a full choir, but
when we submitted the ethics during the pandemic, that was going to be hard enough to have a room where they were all able to stay more than 2 meters apart because of aerosols and everything. So we decided to stick with small groups. It also facilitates the switching to make everyone novel. Because I mean, trying to have novel groups of 12 or 8 even would be really complex. You'd end up with other people that you do.
Yeah, I talked to all of them.
Yeah. So we'll.
We probably have to move along. I think that there's probably a lot of questions. We did a study with groups of 4. It's a totally different set of hypotheses, objectives, but we found some group effects with groups as small as 4. It's not singing, it's tough. 6. It was 6. Okay, it wasn't 4.
Well,
so.
there's a, I can't even remember right now the exact name, it's just escaping me. But there was a group that looked at improvisation in groups before, and they had really strong effects on. So I think our group of 4 is probably big enough to be considered a group.
Very exciting. Thank you.
Thanks, Don.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, I'll just go ahead and introduce. Dr. Annabelle Cohen is thrilled to be a SingWell co-investigator focusing on singing in persons with Parkinson's disease, a professor of psychology at the University of Prince Edward Island and adjunct professor in the Faculty of Graduate Studies, Dalhousie University between 2009 and 2017. She directed the Advancing Interdisciplinary Studies in Singing project and served as the series editor of the Routledge Companion to Interdisciplinary Studies in Singing. She is a fellow of the American and Canadian Psychological Association and the BBCS. Her current work on music acquisition and on equity in music education is supported by NSERC and the New Frontiers in Research Fund, respectively. Welcome, Annabelle. She brought the book. That's good.
And
Yeah.
I brought it for a purpose, aside from that.
Okay. One
Okay.
of 3 books.
Yeah,
One of 3
number
volumes.
3, so I was trying to track you down to see if you had the other.
I
2
do
in
at
here.
home, not here.
They're
I'm
here.
in my office.
Yeah.
I think. Yeah.
For some reason, my slide is not moving. What's wrong? I was moving perfectly.
I said that.
Oh, yeah, you were keeping it. Is it? Maybe. Yeah. This is crazy. All right.
Start closing the.
Yeah, all right.
The best I can offer.
Sorry. Yeah.
Lost our tech people.
Let's just see. Yeah, I'm just gonna have to close it down and try it again. Yes, it is. But there we go. Let's see. I have any success.
Exactly.
Yeah. Looking at it. So it's all good now. Right? This is a different view than I've seen. Yeah. Let's see. Oh, that's good. Okay. Okay. Hi, everyone. I'm going to be talking about singing in Parkinson's, focusing on the study relevant to SingWell, the background study. So these are the collaborators who collected the data with me on the main study I'm going to talk about. And on the SingWell map, you can see where we are in Prince Edward Island. So Parkinson's disease is a progressive neurodegenerative disorder, and it impacts both and fine motor coordination, including speech production. And because the mechanisms underlying speech production are also engaged in singing, therefore it could affect singing as well. We don't know to what extent, so that's part of the interest here. There are past benefits of singing in groups in Parkinson's disease and also individual therapy. And the reason I brought the book is to acknowledge the work of Meryl Tanner, who has a wonderful review in this volume on singing and Parkinson's disease. So my title is very presumptuous, given that the large amount of work that actually has been done in this area. I don't pretend to be reviewing the whole thing, but I just focus primarily on the study that we've done and that we intend to do. So, but there are benefits to that have been observed, and there are social benefits in Parkinson's choirs, and your group has this amazing.
Yeah, we almost have that word published, almost. Yeah,
Yeah.
so local
Yeah,
benefits.
because I don't, yeah. And there's evidence for control of respiration and swallowing through Parkinson's with the work of Stegmiller, who's done quite a bit of research in this area. So there's a motivation on the part of people with Parkinson's to carry out, to retain their communication through singing. But let's look at singing versus speaking, because they're not the same thing. So why would somebody benefit from singing? Well, singing slows it down. The vowels change much more slowly, and yet there's a requirement for pitch to be more accurate in order to produce melody than accuracy required for speaking. So down to a semitone, which is not required for speaking. So if you can sing a melody so it can be recognizable, you're actually challenging your motor system, vocal motor system, more than you would be just for singing. And singing, we've already heard today a little bit about posture for singing, so it requires better posture as well, or you could encourage better posture. Where we find that Parkinson's disease has detrimental effects on motor ability, there's some research to suggest it actually improves creativity. And so I just thought I would mention that, but it's connected with the dopamine system and the drug that is used in Parkinson's disease. So there's a couple of papers on this, and usually they look at increased creativity in the visual arts. But this is something that we can track also with singing. So the study I'm reporting is based on Emma Campbell's thesis, and she was inspired by a CBC documentary, very brief documentary on a singing group for Parkinson's that took place in Prince Edward Island, and the group had been going on since 2016, so it thinks it might be the first in Canada, and it's continued. And this is the therapist, Shauna Pottinger, who is leading these, seen it very well, yeah, a number of people, maybe 12, 15 people come out weekly and have been doing so until COVID, and they stopped just at the time when Emma was going to collect her data, the very day. And so, but then they started up again online, and they continued on because Parkinson's is motor disorder and it's hard for people to get around. So they actually welcome the opportunity to work online. And then the quality of the singing is not so great that they miss the sound apparently of the choir. So Emma was intending to test about a dozen people in this choir, but immediately couldn't do that. And she was going to be testing them in person with an online test that we've been in person but online, which she was going to be facilitating it online, but couldn't do that. And so I had to quickly decide on something. First of all, she was going to go to their homes individually, and that was immediately ruled out by the university. So she instead created a little movie. We did it together with the excerpts from the test that would have normally happened just online, but she was going to present these excerpts from her home to the person using Zoom. And this worked out well, as it turned out. But there were only 4 volunteers. They had to have equipment at home and whatever. We thought we could learn something from just 4, and even more if they were tested twice in a short period of time to see how stable the performance would be over this period of time. And the singing tests we used came from what we had developed through the AIRS project with various inputs from many people and their suggestions. So there were a number of tests, and these were more tests that had been used in tests of singing with Parkinson's before. We got voice measures. We had them initially answer questions, to discuss what they thought about music or singing. So just had them talk a little bit. We had them sing Brother John, Frere Jacques 3 times with different kinds of prompts. They had to repeat da 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 da, easiest melody, sing their highest and lowest note, and sing a favorite song. So could they sing a song that would be recognizable? And they were asked to repeat major triads, minor triad, some very simple things, do, re, mi, fa, sol, and also to sing the continuation of a song. So, and these, excuse me, I'll just move on, but I had it. All of these were presented with an audio video example of somebody instructing them what to do. It wasn't the experimenter. It was on like a video of a guide who also sang the examples to them. So very user-friendly. These were the participants, 3 males, 1 female. Their ages varied from 52 to 73. They had spent different numbers of years in choir. So one person was only went to 1 rehearsal, whereas another had been in 49 times in the last 2 years. So the choir had even been going on before that. A couple of people had been in it for longer. And the hours listening, they listened to different amounts of music that was constant, and they were all active people who enjoyed walking. So they were not seriously impaired at this point. Okay, just to tell you a little bit about the pitch analysis, because not only were we interested in how much they enjoyed the choir, which they all did, and I'm not really reporting those results. We did have them. But I'm actually interested, because it's a motor disorder and a degenerative disease, in the analysis, the acoustic analysis of their singing. And so just to tell you that when we had them sing Brother John multiple times, we only analyzed 10 notes, and those are the 10 repeated tonics in this, so that you can see their ability to hold a melody in mind and how variable they are on that. So just the overall results of the studies, all 4 people sang that simple song, da, 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 equally well, even though they varied in the amount of time they'd been in the choir and whether they were musically trained or not. They all could make up an ending of that song, which was da 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 dee da 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 da. They had to continue that. And they sang on average, I think 18.5 notes, which is much longer than our university students who 8 notes. So and also long ago, we did such a request of people with Alzheimer's disease who couldn't do this task at all. So it's kind of interesting that, it's consistent with this notion of remaining creative. They sang a favorite song very well, easily to understand and analyze, to recognize and analyze. Of interest is that the harder task, the Brother John task, we call that a harder task, was better performed by the 2 participants who had more experience in the choir. I'll show you that data in a minute. Also the performance at the first week and the second week were very similar. So the differences between participants was greater than the differences within. So this is the data from the 2 participants who were highly trained, not highly trained, but they've been in the choir for longer, but they also had music background. We can't separate that out in the study. And the 2 people who had less experience in the choir and reported no music training. So what is this? These are the 10 tonics of Brother John. So the note on R, ing, R, ing. These are all the same note. They're supposed to be the same note. So you can see, and don't pay too much difference about the absolute difference here, because we have a woman voice in the 2 bottoms, so it's the average of their 2 pitches. But what you want to pay attention to is how flat this is compared to for the 2 people who were not musically trained. This resembles our data from university students also, where you have musically trained people, it's flat, and people with no training, they're much more watery. So that is one piece of time. As I said, they had to sing Brother John 3 times, and under slightly different conditions, the same effect is there on the 3 occasions. Just to give you some information about the 4 music triads and to show the sensitivity of this test of singing. This is collapsed over the 4 people. And here they had to repeat da, da, da. I think that was what it was, or da, 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 with the minor triad and the diminished, and just slightly different. So these triads are built of 3 and 4 semitone, and the distance between the first and the last note is 7 semitones. So this is plotting the first, second, and third note of this, and the green is the diminished, which is a minor third followed by minor thirds. It's the smallest spacing, and that is the pattern you would expect, that this last note should be lower. The augmented triad is the one where it's made of 2 4 semitone intervals, so it's higher. This is not showing perfect performance, but it's showing performance that's in the right pattern and validates the use of this test for the future, where we have more people participating. So to conclude from this study, the online testing situation worked, that you can test people in their home. We believe there's value in longitudinal testing, because testing over a 1-week period gives you very stable data. So testing over a year might show you a decline in performance or maintenance of performance for those people who are in the choir. And over years, it could show you some very useful information. And raising the possibility, because we're looking for markers of disease through singing and or through music, and this might be one. We do need to replicate, and SingWell's providing the opportunity to do that. Very grateful for. Need to determine the differences for group singing versus the active singing. So very much related. That's why I'm so excited about Dawn's and Isabel's study there. But I mean, this will be useful too. And particularly, we're dealing with an online choir where the people who are in it really do not care so much about being part of a group choir. They are interested in hearing their own voice, and it is a bit like a singing lesson for them. But the therapists make sure they have opportunity to talk to each other before and after, so there's that component. I don't know how my time is. I'm good for a little bit, or I should stop.
We should end to have a question or two.
Okay, well, so we're able to move ahead with this through SingWell, and just to say thank you for that. Yeah.
Thank you. Time for a question or a comment.
Of the productivity, I would expect to find rhythmic errors more than pitch errors. Is that something?
I think it's something to be looked at, and we didn't look at it, but maybe you have some.
I mean, I'm just going from my intuition. You know, we founded this Parkinson's choir, I think around the same time. I'm going to check out the dates, but in 2015 or 16. And you know, it's a nonprofit now. I see what they're doing, and the thing that I noticed is that group, we founded a bunch of hearing impaired choirs over the years. Almost immediately, when I walk into the room, they're making music. The Parkinson's patients, the hearing impaired participants aren't. So your data with the flat. You know, the musically trained show the flat pitch distribution maps onto my experience entirely. Like they may not have strength in their voices, but they can hit those pitches. As to rhythm, I'm not hearing rhythmic problems. You know, maybe that's the motor entrainment that overcomes some of the challenges. You know, we know that Parkinson's patients can move fluidly in dance, but you would expect some kind of rhythmic errors at some level, for sure.
Well, at least it's important
to investigate.
Super important thing is to know where they are in the disease.
Yeah.
You're at like line 1, 2, 3, 4. Makes a big difference for singing. Right? Disease can get to the mouth. Yes.
True.
So that's one thing to really keep track in your studies.
It is something we haven't looked at, but we can look at definitely. So thank you for focusing on that. It's also the people who sign up, maybe those can't keep a beat, you know. So that's what we have only those who self-select to sing. But yeah, it's important. There's only so much that we cannot analyze, but we do have the timing information now, and we have a new way of collecting singing data online, by the way, and probably are going to another way, which we've been using with university students and older people, so that it doesn't have the visual component. I'm hoping that's not going to matter to the people, and we would be in a position, because of the way the data we have, we can analyze the timing on it now.
Last question.
It could be interesting with the timing, if you were specifically looking at that, to have them sing like a slurred pitch change versus with articulation, because it could be a mechanism related to like the attack, which is actually degrading, whereas if they're just doing pitch changes without the articulation, that actually might be related to that.
Without
Also, it's the
articulation.
same drug the job, right? Like there's a mechanism there versus if they're doing like a melisma-like thing. Yeah. So I mean, it'd be harder to actually analyze in the audio.
Yeah.
But you could do that with rate of change of pitch.
it would be helpful. Did I just find myself?
I'm talking.
Yeah. I think that might be.
Okay, great. What's up, Catherine? We have 5 minutes.
We can take a short break.
Okay, so 5 minutes, and then we're at the final 3 talks. So we're moving along. We're in the final stretch here. It's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Chi Lo. Dr. Chi Yun Lo is a research associate in the Smart Lab at TMU. He is also an honorary research fellow at the Australian Institute of Health Innovation and an adjunct fellow in the Department of Linguistics at Macquarie University. His research examines the intersection between communication, deafness, music, health, and community. Welcome, Chi.
Thanks, Frank. Hi, everyone. I'm here to talk about exploring a multi-site choir study for older adults with hearing loss. And I'm doing a lot of projects here at the moment with Frank. So, hearing loss is fundamentally a social issue. I work from pediatrics to geriatrics, and when we look at it from the perspective of kids, we always look at deafness as a family issue. And similarly, when we look at adults, it's a family issue, a community issue, and fundamentally a societal issue. And associated with hearing loss is diminished quality of life, specifically looking at the impact of depression, loneliness, social isolation, as well as the impact of stigma, such as simply even wearing a hearing aid or being associated with disability. A lot of this all fundamentally stems from communication challenges. And I hopefully don't have to convince you that we hypothesize that being involved in choir-based intervention is likely to improve a lot of these outcomes. That being said, we are focused on a very specific type of study, a multi-site study, and specifically recruiting from special populations such as adults with hearing loss is a logistical nightmare. It's incredibly challenging. Small sample sizes, often lack of control groups, making it difficult to draw strong conclusions and generalize. And this was all made evident by Colette McKay's recent systematic review, although I would argue that it's not really a systematic review. Nonetheless, it still drew a lot of important ideas to the forefront. And that review hit me quite hard as well. I think it hit quite a lot of us hard within the field. My PhD was looking at music for deaf and hard of hearing kids, and specifically, this was one of our main articles. Music training for children with sensory neural hearing loss improves speech and noise perception. And Colette was quite critical of not just this study, but I had two studies that she was quite critical of, but she was really critical of everyone in the field. I don't think there was not a lot of kindness for generosity. You know, might have been an impact of COVID. At the same time, like I'm quite close with Colette. You know, we're both Australian and we do know each other and we get along quite well. But whenever I feel a little bit down about that review, I haven't actually met Nicole Giam yet, but in her review with Charles Lim, they did put that my article was one of the few music training studies in the pediatric cochlear implant literature that utilizes a rigorous control paradigm and pseudo-randomization study. That's the closest thing I've ever had to a love letter in an academic session. So I phoned Nicole like at dinner or something. But just for a little bit of context, this is what I was looking at for my PhD. So we were looking at music therapy for deaf and hard of hearing kids, but that also entailed a lot of singing activities. So it's not quite how they sounded. You get the idea. And surprisingly, actually, considering that the cochlear implant doesn't transmit tone or pitch that well, these kids are doing really quite well. So we want to extend some of this now, and we're looking at how can we apply this for adults? How can we look at it from the perspective of a choir intervention? And what can we do to develop a robust study that will hopefully not be criticized as harshly as that review was. So we're pulling together a collaborative team. We've got myself, Frank and Arla here at TMU, Ben Zandel, who is the SingWell Hearing Loss Team Leader at Memorial University. And how do you say that? Is it Newfoundland?
Newfoundland.
Yeah.
Yes, we'll do a workshop on that later, that dinner. Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, she's for real. She's the real deal.
Helen Henshaw, as an advisor, she does a lot of work around auditory training. Also, Colette McKay, as an advisor, she's with the Bionics Institute. Denise Vasquez from Groningen, Emma Broom from the University of Nottingham, Emily Coffey from Concordia, Sal Habibi from USC, and hopefully Kai Steinberg and Hunter as well from Oldenburg. All of this is a little bit to be confirmed once we start formalizing a lot of our documentation. But what we're working towards is broadly this idea of an extensible framework and methodology. So we have at the very least like a core framework that we want all of the sites to hit. So we're looking at older adults who are older than 65 with untreated hearing loss. So they have a hearing loss that's between mild to moderate, but they're not using a hearing aid or a coffee. And we've sort of decided that this is maybe a good logical starting point where we remove the impact of the device itself, remove any sort of signal processing that we simply can't control. And hopefully, we also think that this will hopefully be a relatively easy population to recruit. Age-related hearing loss or presbycusis is quite common, and a lot of older adults also just don't wear any hearing when they would likely get a benefit from it. That being said, when I talk about this being an extensible framework, if there are other sites that specialize, for example, in recruiting cochlear implant recipients, hearing aid users, we're not going to say no to that. We're just we'll add that to our paradigm essentially. With the choir design, I think quite similar to all of the SingWell ones. It's going to be weekly 1 hour choir training over a 12-week period. 12 to 15 participants per choir, 1 choir master and an accompanist, either with piano or guitar. And we'll have 1 to 2 sort of young support volunteers who are almost there just to hype the choir up, have inject a little bit of energy, which I think is really, really important. We have macro and micro time points. So over this 12-week period, the macro time points just being pre and post. And we have these micro test points where at week 2, week 7, and week 11, we have some of those biosocial type measures that happens before and after the choir intervention. We will screen our participants audiometrically. We're looking for a symmetrical mild to moderate hearing loss, and with the MOCA, the Montreal Cognitive Assessment. And there is also now a hearing impaired version of the this is not a comprehensive test battery of our pre to post, but it just gives an idea that we are targeting musical outcomes, pitch, rhythm, timbre, speech perception outcomes, specifically speech and noise, because that's the fundamental problem that most individuals with hearing loss have. And speech and noise really is incredibly troublesome because in the modern industrial developed world, everywhere is noisy. It's everywhere. We can't escape it. So it's really fundamentally important that we try to address that need. Prosody perception as well, being able to understand emotional articulations. And quite importantly, trying to factor in for cognition. And I think we'll use that to look at like pre-existing capacities, but also whether or not we get a cognitive boost from the choir training as well. And a whole bunch of psychosocial outcomes that the list will go on. So the plan is that we will hopefully have an application with our partners in for January next year, and hopefully start kicking things off next year through to 2024. And hopefully if we can get anywhere between 5 to 8 sites, each with like a dozen participants. If we can get to that 100 participant number, I think we'll be in a very good state to push the field forward significantly. So if you're interested as well, please come and join us. Like, this is a little bit of what is possible with Apply. So fun, so fun. So thank you very much. It's time for questions, and I've also omitted a couple of things that hopefully we can just have a true discussion, like what about control groups? And maybe what about those micro time points and the test battery, which Arla might know a little bit more about. But I'd love to just have a discussion if we have time.
Great, thank you so much, Chief. Annabelle's got her hand up. Okay, Elizabeth.
Thanks, that's super cool, and I look forward to hearing about the answers to those questions. But I was also wondering about what strategies would be for recruitment of the people who are have uncorrected hearing loss. Are you going to say everybody out there who thinks they have a hearing loss? No, you're going to say anybody between the ages of. How's that going to work?
Well, I mean, at least with the TMU context, we already have a database where we have this population, I suppose. So I'm hopeful that maybe other sites may already have this as well.
Some of the sites will, I guess, and some won't.
Yeah, but again, it's also extensible in the sense that if I know, like particularly like Denise Baskin's group, for example, she works a lot with like cognitive recipients. So if they can bring in a significant number of cognitive impact recipients, in a sense, like we can have a study that looks at the broader spectrum of hearing loss as well, but we do want to target that untreated hearing loss as our sort of main group, and everything from there is a bonus.
You and then.
Yeah, just on kind of following that point that most people of a certain age have hearing loss.
Yeah.
And there you can just do
That's
what you're
we're banking
doing
on.
with them.
To some extent. Yeah.
But I have a question of, are any of your researchers, do any of your researchers have hearing loss?
Well, I do. I mean,
You're not wearing hearing aids.
I would fall into this group.
I'm wearing hearing aids now.
Yeah.
And that noise was made it impossible. Okay, I'm dreading dinner. Okay. But no amount of singing, I guess I'm a bit of a naysayer here.
It's going to improve like your speeching.
Is going to help it with that.
Yeah.
But it may have delayed the onset of my need for hearing aids for quite a while.
I mean, our main outcome is also not just speeching. That's one outcome of interest. But I mean, there's all of the biosocial, psychosocial measures as well, and even something like emotional prosody. So we're optimistic that there will be some benefits for communication, whether or not it's speech and noise perception, and whether or not that's actually, I suppose, we might find a statistical difference. Whether or not that's the real world advantage, we don't know. That's what we'll find out.
But I think it's very important to be offering singing to people who are hearing impaired or older people, because they may think, oh, they can't do it because they can't hear. So to even promote that is very valuable.
I work with kids. A lot of the parents will tell me that their kids were actively discouraged from joining choir or orchestra.
Yeah,
that's just not on. That's fundamentally discriminatory. So definitely.
So there's a question online, just to include online folks. It's Helen Henshaw who says hello also.
Hey, Helen.
She says, We are focusing on executive functions as core outcomes for some of our speech-based training. Have you considered working memory updating, attention switching, inhibition?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'm going to reach out to you, Helen, and basically whatever you recommend, we're going to chuck in. That's why we have you in that capacity. I know that most of your work has been around the cognitive measures and things like that. So we will be tapping your shoulder very shortly.
So it's a somewhat half-baked suggestion, but it's actually coming from the fact that I actually suffered monoaural hearing loss and have a hearing aid. And one of the things which actually really helped me was having extensive musical training, so I could go into the audiologist with my own kind of understanding of what I was hearing. And so I kind of wonder now that in the States, if you don't have like a collaborator, and I'm not volunteering for this, I'm not going to volunteer for everything when I ask the question or make a comment. But like hearing aids are now over the counter.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And so there's now this space
where
people can potentially get hearing aids in a less like intimidating context, right?
Yeah.
And then there's also this space where people can get adjustments potentially for hearing aids. Like people can be developing technology for like adjustments and stuff like that, right? But one of the things which is always going to be lacking is people's own understanding of what they're hearing. And at least from my experience, and obviously singing in the choir is not getting full music degrees, but the more that you like mindfully listen, mindfully engage with music, you start to make those connections, right? So it could possibly be that it's not just simply the singing, but the mindful listening and the connection and all of that in the act of music making.
What a great control group.
Which
mindful listening to.
Yeah.
Well, we've run that control group in a hearing aided choir. Not that that's the be all end all. And she's wrestling with that data right now. And it would seem like we did an RCT where we had people with hearing aids, and one group is doing active listening and one group is doing singing. And I think that was the group we saw on the screen in this very room. And it would appear that there was no benefit in our brief intervention.
Okay.
And we're going to write that up. Like it could be that there's lots of other really interesting things in that data, but it may be that there's a sweet spot in terms of hearing loss where there is a benefit of singing, and it becomes exceedingly hard to find it once you've crossed some threshold of hearing loss.
Yeah, so it might also be that the benefit isn't in just that you're going to improve your hearing, but that you're going to have the tools to actually get the technology to work with.
Yeah, it's almost if you have language as well to communicate these things.
But how do you quantify that? How do you measure?
I don't know.
Yeah.
But I feel like it's like this would be something that was a very abstract thing, were it not for the fact that now with these over-the-counter hearing aids, there's going to be a lot more opportunity to kind of wow things up. It's not just the one clinical setting.
The over-the-counter brings even more challenges when we're trying to remove the device as a bit of a
I mean, for the control, the experiment it created more challenges, but for the opportunities for like the impact.
You're saying it's enabling you to be your own advocate or improve your own use of the technology, and that's maybe something for us to figure out how to measure in the future. Yeah, that's a neat idea.
There's one more question from Meryl online.
Oh, there. Hi. I just had a few ideas, comments that I thought you might find interesting, because at the beginning of my career as a speech pathologist, I worked with deaf children before cochlear implants were around. And I had one student who was profoundly deaf, and he could play trumpet in tune. It's kind of unbelievable, right? Nobody believes me. And also, we were using a program called Ling. Have you ever heard of that? It's the way we used to teach speech to profoundly deaf or any hard of hearing kids. And it breaks down speech into sort of musical concepts. So you teach pitch and loudness separately, and you teach all the vowels separately. So it's like I don't know if it's finding the perception that they have that you can use that helps them with this speech and communication. And it must be the same, similar in singing. And I also taught a hearing impaired girl to sing. And she just was dying to sing, and everyone thought she was crazy. And I happened to be a singing teacher as well as a speech therapist, so I taught her. And what I found with her is, if I gave her the starting pitch, it's like she could get the relative pitch right, but she couldn't get the starting pitch, right? But I mean, if she had accompaniment, it was pretty darn good. So I'm excited that you're doing this. I'm not sure what the explanation is from what my experience has been with working with mostly with hearing impaired children. And I wonder if there could be an age difference. And so that with the cochlear, I've worked a little bit with cochlear implant kids too, but I'm wondering if the age difference, like they're more, their brains are more pliable when they're young, so they can explore some of those things I'm talking about, and less so as older. But why not try? Because we still are our brains are still plastic even when we're old. Right? So
and also the prelingual and postlingual hearing loss has a huge impact on the auditory system as well. But in our case, we're mostly looking at, right now we're just focused on the older adults, but certainly, I'd love to go back to looking at choir-based interventions for kids as well. And interestingly, when you're talking about, I think, the trumpet player, I do know quite a lot of adults who are definitely hard of hearing. And they've often talked about how the embouchure is really how they are able to distinguish what pitch they're hitting. So, there's a lot of exploration of like cross-modal plasticity as well, and looking at how other brain regions are being utilized for what we would think of as auditory perception.
Okay, I would love us to continue and talk about the control group. Maybe that can be a dinner topic for those that are around. Thanks so much, Chi. The next talk, I don't have the title for it, but this is the network talk that you've all been waiting for, the low latency talk. You'll get the title in just a second. It is being given by Alexander Pichette, a PhD student here at TMU, and Arla Good. Alex is a hot pepper grower, a gamer, a chorister, a dancer. He's someone with many skills, and he did his master's thesis looking at. He actually established an aphasia choir. And we were thinking about continuing that aphasia work for his PhD, but he has decided recently to pivot and focus on virtual singing. And Arla and Alex will share some of the exciting pilot findings that we've collected in this area.
So we have bio in brackets because unfortunately we don't have that information to present today, but it was taken, Alex will share a bit about what we did there, but these are the psychosocial benefits that a preliminary analysis. We just this week analyzed some of the data of virtual group singing using the low latency technology. So it's right, thank you. Many screens. It's weird to think about the pandemic when we were confined to our rooms and, Italy took to singing together on their balconies. A lot of, as we heard today, a lot of choirs that were running for years and years were forced to stop or adapt and move online using Zoom in hopes that logging in can still generate some of that joy of group singing together. So I was talking with some people at the break, you know, we're the fools that submitted a grant about group singing in year one of a global pandemic. So what we did was we created a fourth work package as a contingency plan to study virtual choirs. And actually, lucky for us, it's turned out to be quite a blessing. You know, we heard from Jane about how a lot of people actually prefer to be online. And so that forced adaptation ended up bringing more people to be able to participate in choir and to participate more easily. So this is our first pilot study looking at this low latency technology to explore the impact of virtual choir and the extent that it mitigates psychosocial challenges for older adults and for people with communication challenges. And with this, we can more effectively facilitate this type of programming for the people who aren't able to return to online or to in-person choir. So people who are facing accessibility challenges or living in rural neighborhoods. So what do we know about virtual choir so far? So it has some ability to lift spirits. People enjoy it better than nothing. But we hear things about latency issues, audio quality discrepancies, and importantly, a lack of synchronicity. And what we think is that without that synchronicity, that synchronized movement, a lot of the magic of group singing might be lost. So, you know, there's a bunch of research over the last 20, 30 years that's showing movement synchrony, something as simple as tapping along to a metronome, can promote social bonding, promote feelings of similarity, pro-social behaviors, cooperation, creating what's called a superorganism. Everyone's working together as one group. So the imagery of the bees working together in the beehive is one big superorganism. Yeah, let's switch. Alex is going to explain the study.
All right. So this study was using this new technology called Jack Trip Studios, kind of spearheaded by our SingWell partner, Chris Chafe, and his research team based out of Stanford University. May or may not be online with us right now, I'm not sure. And he found a way to bring back that magic that we're during online music making. So Jack Trip is an innovative, user-friendly hardware and digital cloud software that allows musicians across the world to collaborate in real-time in low latency environments. So their motto is miles away but milliseconds apart. The reported latency with the use of Jack Trip is under the detectable difference latency of around 30 milliseconds. So that's when you can't hear the delay anymore to allow for seamless synchronization. So our participants here, we had 12 healthy older adults. They're semi-professional choral singers that have been singing for many, many years. Age ranging from 55 to 88. There were 4 males and 8 females. And also in this picture, me, but ignore that. And they all had MOCA scores of greater than 20. So, including you? No. Including horrible depending on the day, yeah. So we looked at quite a few measures, all very short though. So we had the inclusion of other and self scale, which you can see here. We asked a few social connectedness questions. We asked about mood, and we also looked at the pain, self-reported pain. The interesting thing with pain is it kind of shows, it acts as a proxy for social measurement. So you can see that when people feel socially connected, the pain tolerances increase. So we were looking at that. We also were looking at biological measures, so cortisol, specifically salivary cortisol, and heart rate variability through heart rate monitors that they wear on their wrist. But due to several technical issues, we are still waiting to get that data analyzed. And then we also had some post-reflection questions. So after each session of choir, we asked some self-report questions. And then at the very end of the entire study, we asked a few interviews. So our study design here, it's only 5 sessions, and it's our Zapka design. It's our band name too. We have our first session is Zoom. So what everyone has been used to at this point for choir singing is singing at a screen, not hearing anyone except for the director. And then we had our low latency session for our A sessions, and that is where we can measure latency at around 15 milliseconds. So well below that 30 millisecond threshold we talked about before. Then we get into our medium latency session, our B session. And there the latency for the users was between 30 and 50 milliseconds. And this, we chose this medium latency because it seems like after 30 is at that point, you start to notice differences, but it's still not really severe. So we kind of chose that as our arbitrary median. And then we have our high latency, which is 90 to 150 milliseconds. We could have gone a lot higher, but it became practically impossible to do anything together. And then we finished back at our 50 millisecond latency. So the neat thing about JackTrip is that it allows you to have a server at any point on the globe. So they have servers in Toronto, but also in Australia, London, Montreal, have hundreds of servers. So for our low latency server, our 50 millisecond server, we were in Toronto using our Toronto server, which gave me shortest time. For medium latency, we were singing in Toronto, but our signal was going to Montreal and then coming back. And then for our high latency group, it was going to London, England, and then coming back. So that's how we adjusted our latency. So I'm going to see if they just sound here, just to demonstrate what those latency sounds like. You're going to hear a click track of 2 click tracks, and they're going to be slightly panned away from each other at time. So that is a 50 millisecond delay, practically inaudible, right? 30 to 50. So this is our 40 millisecond delay. Right? And then this is 90 milliseconds. Yeah. So imagine yourself as a singer. You are the first click, and then everyone else is singing that second click later. That's what 90 milliseconds would be. So our results are very preliminary results measured or analyzed on Wednesday. So looking at the inclusion of other in self-scale, we found significance in our low latency sections, both the first and the last one. And we were interestingly approaching significance in our highest latency session. And there's a really neat thing going on there, which I'll talk about later. But high latency is showing almost some significance in connection, and the medium latency is actually showing the lowest level of connection across the groups. I'll also explain that too. So going into our social connectedness questions, where we just probed further, asking them how connected they felt in the group. We found approaching significance in our first low latency session, and then significance in the final low latency session. Looking at mood increased in the low latency sessions as well. There was really no change across any of the other sessions. And then as well with pain. So there was a significant decrease in self-reported pain before singing and after singing in both low latency sessions. So just sitting in the room singing, they felt that they're experiencing less pain than they were before singing. Going into our post-reflection questions, so we asked these after each choir session. We asked, was it easy to sing in time? How synchronized did you feel the choir was overall? What was your overall experience singing together today? How effective was this experience in reaching feelings of social connectedness? This was just on a lighter scale. We just asked them to give us their opinions.
I'll add in that they were blind, and the choir director was also blind to where the server was. So
I was meant to say that, yes, thank you. Yeah, so it kind of deceived them. They thought it was just the same session, same latency all the way across, but we were manipulating the latency. So when asking if it was easy to sing in time, we can see Zoom kind of similar to the first round of low latency. Don't quite understand that, but that's an interesting finding. And then as you get to the medium session, it drops quite a bit, increases again for the highest latency, and then increases finally for the low latency again. When asking how synchronized they felt overall, it kind of shows the opposite finding, which might just be an issue with the question, the content, the validity of the question itself. So they felt the lowest synchronization in the low latency sessions and highest in the medium, which seems to go against all of the other findings you'll see here. So what was your overall experience? They felt greatest in the lowest latency as well as the highest latency, but not for the medium or Zoom. And then again, for reaching feeling of social connectedness, how effective did they think the choir was? Highest and low, and as well as the high latency session. So what did they say? We have a little clip here.
sorry to the people online who I don't think will be able to hear it.
Sorry.
I needed something to lift my spirits, especially when it was getting tough with everything that was going on. And to music's always been that, even before the pandemic, you know, I'd get to choir practice and the woes of the day just go out. And it was different over Zoom, but it was still an outlet. It was still a place where we could, you know, get together. Yeah, it was, I think it was one of the things that got me through. I needed some.
So we did notice a few challenges while running this study. So this is going into the session 4 effective that I saw. So when they were first experiencing the medium latency session, they noticed something was off. So as you heard that like slight offset in the clicks in the 40 millisecond delay, they knew something was off, but they weren't quite sure what it was. But it was really irritating to them. They couldn't figure out what was going on. So that's why it had such a low score. In the high latency, it was so bad that the conductor, who was all the time, said, you know what, let's just stop watching me, close your eyes, and just listen to each other sing. And as they were doing that, the tempo of the song cut in half. But they were just so in tune with each other, trying to match and be in sync with everyone that they heard. It seemed to be a really powerful experience. So that's probably why we're seeing such a high connection in that 4th session. It's not significant, but it's still a noticeable trend. One particular.
I'll just add in that we're thinking that the group cohesion that happened during that session was more about the group accomplishment and overcoming challenges than the movement synchrony that we were expecting. So it's a different mechanism, but this is going to be Alex's work.
My comps was also looking at accomplishment as a operational term and concept. But to Arla's point, one of the members at the end of that session said, wow, I think we bonded through our suffering. So yeah. Another complaint was on video latency. So auditorily, they were really in tune, especially in the low latency sessions, but there was always the issue with Zoom. The conductor noticed this as well. She would try to be, you know, singers do have to come down on the ictus right on the beat, but they would come in like up here at the top end. So visually, they were having trouble following the conductor, but auditorily, they were all the same. So that complaint with video latency was an issue for the more experienced singers. So I'm interested to see how this will play out for more novice singers. Another one is internet plus older adults. There were some technical issues in trying to get them to understand how to connect their jacket device to their modems. With 20 minutes of trial and error, all of them seem to get it. So we want to work on improving that. The other issue with internet is rural communities have poor internet infrastructure. So Jack Trip recommends an upload speed of about 2 megabits per second, but some people were getting download speeds, which is typically a lot higher, around 0.6. So they were experiencing tremendous lag and tremendous latency. So they had to find another location to sync that had better internet connection. So that's something that we need to look at in the future. And then finally, weekly attendance and some data. It was 5 sessions, so if anybody missed a day, it impacted our data analysis. And with them being older adults, they have things like, oh, my grandkid is sick and I need to babysit tonight, so I can't show up. And then also they would maybe just give pre-information and then just forget to fill out post information, even though it would remind them right at the end of the flyer. So we had some issues with data collection at that standpoint, but maybe a much longer flyer program would mitigate some of that data.
Yeah, so I guess online. Using this works. This is just a pilot study. We had only 12 people, and with this technology, we can have lots of people. So I think there's really exciting findings here, and there's something worth exploring. So to continue to discover the true impact of virtual choir using this low latency technology, and in order to better understand this programming for beyond the COVID crisis, future pandemics, or folks that would prefer to be online, perhaps with hybrid choirs, it could be the best of both worlds if we could find the best way to deliver this type of program. Thanks so much.
We have a couple of questions online. The first one is going to come from Christine.
Hi, Erla and Alex. First of all, thank you so much for the work that you guys are doing. This is really remarkable, like just, pilot findings for this technology. Jack Trip is something that we've looked into for our aphasia choir, which has been virtual until this semester and is now becoming hybrid. So I really resonate with you on the fact that it could be the best of both worlds. However, we've found significant tech challenges just even getting our leadership team onto Jack Trip and navigating Zoom. And Alex, I want to ask you specifically, since you've worked with aphasia choirs in the past, how accessible do you believe that this technology could be for people with aphasia? And do you believe that those challenges could be easily overcome?
Yeah, so I'm actually going to be looking into that for my dissertation when I do virtual aphasia work. It is very accessible. We just need the instructions to be aphasia friendly. So minimal words, because all you have to do for Jack Trip is plug in 3 chords and you're good to go. Like, there's nothing much to do on the participant end. On the director end, so on our end, when we're running the study, there's more that has to be done, like connecting to servers. But for the individuals themselves, it may even be worthwhile having just an earlier session just to explain everything in the best way possible for them to understand, so that when you actually start running a choir, they'll have the knowledge base to know how to connect everything.
But we may be able to provide some guidance that we acquired through working closely with the Jack Trip folks who are quite motivated that we pursue this research. So there are bad roads to go down. Like I think, like so there's the right kind of headset. There are simpler tech setups, and we think we've come to the simplest configuration possible at the time, at the current time.
Yeah, it's just the issue of getting them to set up for the first session. That will be the challenge. So I know I'm going to be working on simplifying the instructions that I've already created for this choir. But for your group, it may even be just, have someone go to their place and show them how to set it up in person. It really depends on what resources you have available. Hope that answers your question.
And we also have a question from Meryl.
Hi, this is very exciting, and I'm wondering, is there a big cost to this technology? And do you provide special technology to each person that's participating, or what happens there?
So it defined as big cost. So we were looking at around $160 a participant. And then there's also a monthly fee that Jack Trip charges. Ours was $50 a month for a 40-person group. We didn't have 40 people, but that's just the server we're using for SingWell. So the device itself that you purchase from Jack Trip that each member will have costs around $120, and then you have to purchase headphones as well. We got $40 ones, but if you have more money, you can get fancier headsets and maybe a separate mic. But yeah, around 160 plus $30 to $50 a month in server usage fees.
The hardware, of course, is a one-time fixed fee until it breaks.
Hardware is fixed fee. It's just a little box that you send out to the user.
Is there any incentive for them to provide you that free of charge? No?
You mean from the company?
Yeah. Like we've had success with that with app companies that have, when we use their apps in our research, that we'll be.
I think it's easier with an app or software, like there are fixed costs that I don't know that
but
they
even
can give
the
away.
hardware.
We paid for the hardware, but they provided us the server monthly charge.
Okay.
Yeah, so they gave it that in kind,
Right.
so we didn't have to pay the $50 a month, but the hardware we paid for.
We noticed that they're offering a grant to folks in the US who are online and interested. I think it was
$500.
Oh, it's not much. It's not going to give you
It's
many
for, like,
units.
brand
Okay.
new headphones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So there are order effects
that
Yeah.
you would have to be worried about. And I wondered when you said that the visual latency is a problem, is it possible that when the visual latency matches the audio latency, then that might contribute to feeling better about everything?
Quite possibly, yeah. Especially with this group, as they are lead singers that used to watch their conductor. That would probably make a huge difference to them if they're novice and looking at their words a little more, not really following hand signals as much.
Do you know what the visual latency is, or that's going to vary?
That's
if
gonna
you're
be
making
It's vary on Zoom and processing power computer.
It'd be a different kind of project, like an experiment. We'd have to experimentally manipulate. We'd lose the ecological validity piece, but
Zoom recommends as optimal being 150 milliseconds. So theoretically, 150. That's terrible compared to.
what do you think about ditching the video altogether in your future work?
It could work, if it's all novice choirs who don't need visual cues, maybe, but I know that might be useful for a phaser because we just want to have the lyrics up for them to follow like a PowerPoint presentation. They don't have to follow someone's hand as well. That could be quite helpful.
I don't really understand people as these groups is sort of leading people who've never had a conductor as such. It's more sort of pointing, encouraging on Zoom as they can. Obviously they not having synchronized in the same way, but I think that if the visual aspect is distracting, then you can find other ways in those musical cues be more satisfying from the perspective.
The other thing to consider is the effect of groups. You get to see everyone else singing if you're still doing something cool. It's just so having Zoom open just to see everyone else singing with you, whether or not their mouths are opening in the same notes like yours is, may not be as important, but having that visual still.
Okay, so thank you so much. Bearing with that, we're going to move to the last talk today, coming from the furthest distance, Australia. Incidentally, we did try running Jack through the Sydney servers, and that's a real nightmare. If you really want to challenge.
240 milliseconds.
Hey, Bill's here.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Hi, Bill.
And you can show the chat.
Oh.
Okay, so it is my absolute pleasure to get to Dr. Gemma Perry. So this is really exciting where I get to introduce a former colleague, Anna May. This is the first time in my career, so that's it's fun. Gemma is a yoga and meditation teacher investigating the effects of chanting on emotional and cognitive processes. She has just completed a PhD in the Department of Psychology at Macquarie University in Sydney, and her interests are primarily in how chanting specific sounds can decrease psychological and physiological stress, increase social connection, and ultimately expand states of awareness. Over to you, Gemma.
Thank you, Chi, and it's lovely to see you and everyone else as well. So, let me just see here. Everyone can see the slides. Great. So Chantwell, assessing the benefits of chanting for individuals with breathing difficulties, and I'm working on this project with Bill Thompson. And you can probably hear from my accent, we are looking at an Australian population. So breathing and communication difficulties can result in physiological, psychological, and psychosocial problems, things like lung function and nervous system problems. Anxiety and depression are quite prevalent amongst people with respiratory conditions, and psychosocial problems as well. So communication problems and social isolation. The Australian Bureau of Statistics National Health Survey in Australia from 2017 to 2018 found that about 7.4 million Australians were affected by respiratory conditions. And this is obviously before the pandemic here as well. So we have an estimated about 400,000 with long COVID, and over 50% of those people are reporting that they're having breathing difficulties. So research into singing, toning and chanting has found some improved lung and cardiorespiratory function, slowed breathing, increased social connection and reduced stress in both chanting and singing. And we've looked at altered states of consciousness in our research, and this is quite relevant in the social connection factor, because in these altered states, people feel a sense of unity or a loss of boundaries between themselves and others, or between themselves and their environment. So what exactly is chanting? So it's a sound or phrase that it can be repeated aloud or mentally, like in prayer. It often involves beliefs and traditions, but not always, and it doesn't have to. But you can imagine there's all the traditions that are chanting: Hinduism, Buddhism, in yoga traditions. There's Islamic prayer that we could say is a type of repeated sound. And what defines it like from singing? There's a few things, but one of the things is that it's never considered a performance. So it really doesn't matter what you sound like. It's not really for the aesthetic quality. In fact, some musicians might find that they do notice that, but it really doesn't matter what you sound like. So hopefully that makes it a little bit more accessible. And often it aims to increase self-awareness, regulate the mind and body, or alter states of consciousness. And also it may just be done as a form of devotion or worship. So recently, Zoom chanting, there's been a little bit of conversations about technology and singing. We did a study with Zoom chanting. This was led by Felicity Simpson during the pandemic. And we looked at whether chanting either in a group or individually on Zoom could have any social or psychological benefits. And what we found was that online chanting reduced stress and increased positive mood, whether in the individual or in the group conditions. But if people were in the group conditions, they also felt more connected to members of the group. Another study that we did with online chanting was sort of more similar to an app. So we had people listening to chanting or a story, and they would chant along with the chanting condition, but with the story, they would just listen. And we were measuring ego dissolution and a whole lot of other things, but we'll just speak about ego dissolution here. So that's when people feel a sense of reduced sense of self-referential awareness or a disruption of boundaries between themselves and others. And we looked at experienced compared to inexperienced chanters, and we found that the ego dissolution was higher in the chanting condition for the experienced participants, but not for the inexperienced. So we're proposing an online chanting program, and this study is just getting off the ground now. So why online? We want to make this inclusive. We're dealing with a vulnerable population that may still want to stay at home. We want it to be accessible to remote communities. Australia is a very big place. And we also want it to be accessible for people who are immobile due to breathing difficulties. And it's practical because it can be used on a wide scale and easily implemented, and it has the potential for future application, like the development of online programs or apps. So we hypothesized that a 12-week online chanting intervention will improve breathing function for people with breathing problems, improve vocal communication skills, and improve psychological well-being. So this is just a few reasons why we think that. These aren't necessarily all the variables that we're measuring, but with breathing difficulties, we've got the lung and the nervous system dysfunction, and with chanting, it may increase the lung capacity, vagal tone, nitric oxide, which is related to the immune function, and decrease cortisol. So I didn't speak about the study that we did on cortisol and stress, but we found cortisol to decrease after a 12-minute group chanting intervention. That was a live intervention and not online. Psychological problems, so anxiety and depression in chanting, found it to increase relaxation and mindfulness, also positive mood. And with communication problems and social isolation in chanting, we have the vocal coordination and increased social connection. So we'll be recruiting participants over 18 who have breathing difficulties, and we will determine that through the NQ questionnaire. If they score over 19, then that shows they have some breathing dysfunction. And they will be placed in either a chanting or a guided relaxation condition. And just a couple of the differences between those two conditions. In the chanting condition, we have vocalization, breath control, the rhythm, repetition, and also an instrument like a drone sound, a harmonium. And in the guided relaxation, although they will be having the relaxation type effect, perhaps, there is no vocalization, rhythm, repetition, and no musical content. So the macro measures before and after the entire 12-week chanting program, we're looking at breathing function, the NQ questionnaire for vocal communication. We're looking at voice-related quality of life, pitch, loudness, and sustain tasks, articulation, reading the rainbow passage, and then for psychological well-being, looking at quality of life, the flourishing scale, hospital anxiety and depression scale, and qualitative interviews after the program. The micro measures before and after some of the sessions. We will be looking at breathing function, the visual analog scales for breathing, effort, and distress to see how much they feel they are needing to make an effort to actually chant. Subjective units of discomfort scale. And then psychological measures, we're looking at positive and negative affect to assess mood, and inclusion of other in the self scale. So in terms of research impact, we hope that this will give people with communication and breathing difficulties alternatives to other therapies, or something they can do simultaneously with treatment as usual, to understand the therapeutic potential of group chanting, and also the possibility to develop new chanting programs designed to help individuals with breathing and communication difficulties. So thank you for including chanting in SingWell, and that's all I have. I have a few more slides, but they might come up in questions, and if nobody has any questions for me, I have plenty of questions for everybody else, so thanks.
The chat. Okay, yeah, please go ahead.
I was just interested in the communication and breathing. So is that communication as a result of breathing difficulties specifically, or other communication difficulties?
I'm not sure I heard that properly. Something about whether the communication difficulties were associated with breathing problems that we were measuring.
Right. I was wondering whether you were talking about communication difficulties as maybe we as speech pathologists would define communication difficulties, or whether you meant the communication difficulties that resulted due to the breathing difficulties that people had.
Yeah, I think we really want to look at specific ones associated with breathing, which I think it's important to look at how long they can sustain sounds for, that kind of a thing with the sustained task, and how loud they can talk, and even if they can actually speak. So some people might have like chronic cough and that kind of a thing. So even if they can read a passage without any interference.
Yeah, if I can add to that, I don't know if you can hear me, but yeah, I mean, if the measures that Gemma put up are really the only measures of communication. So we didn't want to just exclude any measures of communication, but clearly this is mainly a study on breathing problems. And we've got a few measures of communication problems, but it's obviously not comprehensive in any way, and they're probably related to the breathing function, but it not necessarily. It's what the measures will tell us.
Okay.
Okay, seeing no other questions, Gemma, I think we have time for your questions, or at least one of them.
Yeah, great. So I might just share again, because I have a little. Oops, here we go. So at the age of the participants, we've got over 18 years of age, but I have noticed that there is a focus on older adults. So that's a question. Also, whether family and friends would be welcome to participate, especially because we're doing Zoom, they'll be at home. I'm not sure whether we would encourage that or not. Social engagement of participants, like whether they can on maybe the first session get into breakout rooms and have a little chat to make it a safe and friendly environment. And also whether people are encouraged to practice at home when they're not in the formal group session. And then the last question was like whether we call this, this just came up today from people talking about, I think someone said males were not interested in singing. And then it just made me think about chanting. Would there be resistance to actually the word chanting? Would we call it sound making or sound meditation or any other thing?
Yeah, you do have a lot of questions. I'm gonna quickly throw some ideas out, and they're not law by any means, they're just ideas. So age of participants, there are no guidelines. You're right, there's an emphasis on older adults, but the focus is on communication challenges, and we think of that broadly. It doesn't have to define to those communication disorders that we've focused on. Many of our choir projects have involved family and friends, and I think there's some benefit in encouraging motivation and community, and there's mobility reasons I'm sure you're thinking of where or you have thought about. Here there wouldn't be, it's online, I'm sorry, but maybe encouragement. So there's no resistance point from my perspective to including family and friends. The social engagement, I think that's so critical. That hasn't come out today in any of the talks. So I think that a lot of those longitudinal benefits we see in these group singing projects don't come from the singing alone. they also come from the chit chat at the end. And the way that Arla and I have thought about it is that there's this, there's this icebreaker effect. There's this rapid connection that happens from the synchronous movement, perhaps. And then that really has an opportunity to unfold. And we have an opportunity to share more intimate details than we would otherwise. And that sharing is really critical to relationship making. So I would I love this idea of breakout rooms. I think it's great. Chanting, sound making, sound meditation. I could see how there would be resistance to chanting. I don't have a strong view of the three alternatives you offer. I guess I like sound meditation, but I wouldn't shy away from chanting. Like, yeah, that's. Any other thoughts in the room?
Can answer questions or just thoughts?
Oh, well, vocalizing session, yeah, perhaps. But does chanting really carry a stigma like this is a cult? Is that the worry?
Yeah, maybe. I don't think there's much of a problem with chanting. I guess, yeah, I think that it's there's sort of subconscious bias, because chanting is incredibly pervasive worldwide, but it's just not as pervasive in Western societies. I mean, it still obviously goes on all over the place, but there are some people who just are a teeny bit suspicious. They think of, like, I don't know, the Middle East or something, and terrorists, or I don't know, but I don't, or some people think it's a little bit too precious or something. And so, but we haven't really had that much problem recruitment. So Gemma, I don't feel too worried about that myself.
I just want to add something about when we had a multicultural choir and had people learning songs from different cultures. It was hard for them to learn the melody and the words together, but chanting the words was very valuable and really brought the group together. And there was a great sense of hearing those foreign words by the person whose country it was from, and that everyone was able to share that much more easily than the music itself. Eventually they learned music, but there was some surprising value in just, I would say it's chanting. It seemed like chanting in a way to me, to hear. It's not quite the same thing as the chanting you're talking about, but sort of.
Yeah, I think that's a great point, because it's less, one of the great things about chanting, as Gemma says, is that it's really not that hard. People aren't going to be intimidated. They're not going to be worried. I can't sing. I'm just too nervous to sort of show my singing terrible skills. Chanting, removes that basically. And so there may be some people who don't like the idea of chanting, but there'll be a lot more who actually feel more comfortable with chanting than being in a choir, So I think that it has that benefit. It's capturing maybe a slightly different group of people, which is something that we want.
Yeah, and you thanked us for bringing chanting into the SingWell mix. Thank you for expanding the focus of SingWell. We've definitely become educated about the prevalence of chanting and its cultural importance around the world. So thank you for that.
One last question. I guess the one thing I'm wondering about is the involvement of the family members. I don't know if you've done that or if you piloted that, but I'm feeling a bit worried for some reason. Like, it could be a good thing or it could be a detrimental thing, and it could also vary a lot, right, between a given participant in the study and various family members. So I guess I'm thinking you would need to have a really good rationale for including that, including the family, given maybe I'm entirely wrong, but given what I'm kind of thinking could be kind of confounding.
Not so much
or
confounding, but a
can-
source of
A
noise.
source of noise,
Yeah,
yeah.
that you could have. But on the other hand, like many of us have run groups where we've done both, like
Yeah.
no family allowed and everybody's welcome. The good thing about everybody's welcome is people show up more often. It feels more like a family kind of experience.
And they enjoy the experience with their loved ones. So it's like a pros list, right? Like.
Yeah.
But see.
Yeah. Look, when I have invited, like it's just like if you're, we ran sessions during COVID and it's like if anybody's at home, they're welcome to come along. Most of the time they don't, like it just leaves that option if they are in a space that there are other people in the space with them, then they're still welcome to come.
Okay, so wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you. It was really nice also to see all the faces in the room because I wasn't sure who was in there. So yeah, hi everyone.
The group has thinned out a little bit over the day, but this marks the end of our scheduled talks. So thanks to we should. Thanks to all of the presenters. Special thanks to Catherine Spencer, our project manager, who's been working tirelessly on many fronts, but really pulling us all together and making this event possible. And on behalf of Arla and myself, again, thank you all for being here and for mounting new projects. I think I'm inspired, and I think I feel broadened hearing these different approaches to group singing and chanting, and hopefully we come away with a deeper pool of ideas to bring to the next round of applications, and together we can improve the state of singing communication and well-being research. Okay, so
Thank you.
yeah. Thank you. So